There it is. Otogirisou. This game actually got adapted into a radio drama and even a movie later on. I think the radio drama is from like 96 and the movie from 2001. I have never heard or watched either of those, but I just think it's neat that they exist. Otogirisou itself was released in 1992. And if we start it up here, looks so friendly and colorful, we can name our character. We're of course just going to go with Awesome. It was a summer evening. Under a cloudy sky, the thin and winding mountain road continued on. The scenery wasn't very interesting, with thickets on each side of the road. Nami has been quietly sitting beside me for a long while. Maybe she got tired after our long tennis game and was sleeping. And we immediately get our first choice. Should we just softly call out to her? Or shake her to wake her up? I think we're going with the first one. Nami, are you asleep? I softly called out to her. She lightly opened her eyelids. She took a moment to wake up from her dream, but when she noticed me next to her, she rushed to smile. No, I was only closing my eyes. She says that, but I'm pretty sure she was asleep. I didn't mean to wake you, sorry. It's fine, go back to sleep. Oi, Guff, wake up! No, Yangus is not here. No, all I'm doing is making you drive. I guess you're alone and bored. We can't get radio on the mountain. Nami looked out the window. Huh? Awesome. What? What species are those flowers? So many of them have been blooming out there. Yellow flowers continued on the side of the road. They had long, narrow stems and round leaves. Ah, those. They are Otogirisou. In Japanese, its name is written as grass that cuts the younger brother. Otogirisou? Yes. The Otogirisou has a strange history. I thought telling it could be a nice change of pace with talking to Nami, but given the choice, I told a slightly frightening story. When you hold up the flower's round leaves to a light, you can see many black spots. Those represent the grudge-filled blood of the younger brother. The younger brother's blood. Long ago, in the Heian period, there were two falconer brothers. For generations. Why is that bird looking at me like that? For generations, their family passed down a secret medicine for curing hawks' wounds. But then, the recipe was accidentally leaked out to the public because the younger brother told it to his lover. The older brother flew into a rage and I heard Nami gasp. He slashed his brother's neck with a sword. Ching! Whoa, what the fuck? Little ghost. Nami drew her neck back a little. The spray of blood landed on the leaves. Since then, that flower has been known as Otogirisou. It started to rain, and it looked like the Otogirisou nearby waved all at once. What a sad story. How could someone kill his own brother? Her eyes filled with tears a little. I accidentally made Nami, an only child, feel sentimental. I thought I might have gone a little too far. What an interesting flower. Also interesting that the name means the grass that cuts the brother, the little brother, but it wasn't the flower that cut him at all. Like, he took his sword and it's just the blood landed on it. That was not the fault of the plant. Suddenly, Nami looked around the area. Hey, we didn't get lost on the road, did we, Possum? I was sure something felt a little off for a while. Uncomfortable, I said. Nah, we're not lost at all. I wanted to believe that. Whoa! Ah! I sharply steered out of the way. I somehow dodged the oncoming car, but my own car was barreling down the hilly road. That's weird. The brake isn't responding. The car steadily sped up. Possum, the brake! I'm stepping on it! It's not responding! Do something! On the left was a big tree, the right, a river. What should we do? Oh no. What should we do? I'll go to that big tree! I steered left. Nami, brace yourself! Arr! I somehow stopped the car without either of us getting hurt. Are you okay? This sucks! Nami was pouting, but she looked dumbfounded. I looked around us. Beyond the grassy area, I could see a small light. Could it be a house? In a place like that? We got out of the car. Oh. Huh? I feel like that light moved. For heaven's sake, that's a window. Just now, there, just moved to the side. We looked into the forest. Nami covered her ears and crouched down. I gulped when I saw how the giant Japanese cedar tree split right in half and fell down. Black smoke rose from a smoldering burn mark. Tragically, our car was crushed under it. Oh, great. Crashed flat. Well, we escaped with our lives. Then let's go already. Don't stand there all day. We took a flashlight and a bag of clothes and started walking towards a light that seemed to be from a house. Hey, what if that isn't a house? Nami was very scared from the shock of the lightning strike. Then... okay, we could either comfort the only other person who's in this with us, or we could be an asshat and just leave her there and go to the light. I don't think I want to be an asshat. I first wanted to comfort Nami and took her hand. No, stop! She was treating me like a pervert. What? Excuse me? What the fuck? Hand-holding? Not in my Christian household. Oh, sorry. Your face looked like a dried-up mummy possum. What the fuck? What did we do? Huh? A mummy? Nami clung to me. Can I treat her like a pervert for that now? Delulu. The rain's getting worse. Let's hurry. Ah! Nami and I screamed at the same time. Okay, I can not do that very well as one person. But okay. Nearby, yellow flowers were growing all over the place. All Otogirisou. Otogirisou. Oh, that's the name of the game! They were like a guidepost leading us towards the light. I said, "For now, let's go look, Nami." Okay. We continued walking. Suddenly, Nami stopped walking. Nami? She said nothing and pointed ahead. There it is. It was an old Western-style mansion. Not including a light from a window. There was a strange light around the outline of the mansion that made it look blue. It's blue now. That's its special attack. That mansion. Nami gulped. It's like it's glowing on its own. Yeah. I noticed goosebumps coming up my spine. Possum, shall we go? When Nami asked me that. I mean, what are we gonna do if we turn back? Our car has been crushed. And I'm pretty sure we have no idea where we are. So, like, we either die in the mansion or we die in the wilderness. And I think it's more likely that we can survive if we go into the mansion. Because at least there's no bears. I daringly decided to go. It's a good test of our courage. Let's go. Awesome, your voice is shaking. Oh, I was just using my vibrato. Don't overdo it, let's turn back. I wanted to do that, but I didn't want Nami to think I was an unreliable man. Let's run. Stay quiet and come with me. My voice shook again. We ran. Oh, I think that was supposed to be Possum, not Nami. Falling behind Nami by 5 meters because of her feet like a Japanese Zero, I reached the front of the gate. Can we get some translator's notes here? What's a Japanese Zero? Let's go in. I wasn't sure if we should really go in. Maybe we should knock or ring a doorbell and wait for someone. The doors of the gate, wet from the rain, shined with a black luster. Is it locked? Let's find out. Nami put her hand on an iron bar and the heavy-looking gate doors opened unsatisfyingly. Oh, we're still in front of the gates, not in front of the house. Okay. Maybe there's loot. True. We entered the gates, and yellow flowers were blooming everywhere in the large garden. They were Otogirisou. I gathered as much. For a moment, we stood completely still. Possum? In the thunderstorm and the Otogirisou. Me when I've never seen flowers before. At any rate, let's try going inside. Taking Nami's hand, I went towards the entrance. Wait. Nami stopped several meters from the entrance. The shadows of those trees. Someone's there. Where? Pointed the flashlight. Like a long arm, the light shined on the distant trees' shadows. Nobody's there. I casually pointed the light up. Yeah! In the branches, there was a distorted, brown, severed head. A wrinkled face. It had rough, pale, brown skin with disorderly stripes. Wait, what? What? Look, it's a wasp nest. I've heard they're toxic and can kill you if they sting you. Oh no, let's go! Then the nest shook. Suddenly, a swarm of wasps emerged from it. Yeah, run away, Nami! We had no choice but to escape into the mansion. I took her hand and ran desperately. I banged on the front door. Help! Please open the door! Just then, the door opened. Yeah, there's a lot of kya here. We rolled inside as if the mansion sucked us in. A dodge roll? Damn. This is Souls-like? At the same time, the door closed especially loudly. I got up and examined it. What the heck kind of trick was that? The entrance led to a wide hall. Please excuse us. We shouted repeatedly, only to hear our voices echoing. The lights on? Did they forget to turn them off before leaving? A big glass box full of dirty water was in the center. It was a very big water tank. Moss on the glass shook ominously. The water was silent. There were a large clock and a big leather-covered sofa. Nami said, "Somehow I feel like I've seen this room somewhere." She stood up and went ahead of me. An armor was next to the fireplace. It had a dull silver shine. When I got close to try to touch it, Nami was looking at the water tank and screamed. The water! The stagnant water swelled and billowed, and I caught a glimpse of something inside other than moss or mud. Wah! Hey, what did you see just now? What? Curious, I approached the glass. As the muddy water swelled, something white slowly passed by in the glass. Nami shouted, "Oh, something shined!" A fish scale? Or maybe an eyrie? So, a fish? Whoa! A lot of eyries. There's no way it can be that big. We concentrated on the glass. Something jumped up and made a splash. Possum, look out! Whoa, I'm getting attacked by fish. You know what that means. Fish! They were knives. What the fuck? They suddenly jumped out of the tank's muddy water? Ah, yes. Who doesn't know those jumpy water knives? What? Knife fish. One after the other, they thrust at, grazed by our feet. If we didn't get out of the way, they would have cut us. We were speechless. Yeah, I would be speechless too if I was attacked by random knives out of an aquarium. What kind of trick was that? What the heck? As I'd expect of her, Nami was pale too. There was a noise somewhere. What? The second floor. Nami's intuition becomes more precise in emergencies. Nami said, "I knew it. There's someone here." I don't know. We shouted however many times without a reply. Nami was looking at the stairs. Don't think it's only us in this house. I asked, why? Hey! Congrats on the level up! The stretch and the hydrate, okay. my controller just... Oh, okay. Yeah, my controller just disconnected. Cool. Let me just quickly fix that here. My line of sight. Huh? I have a feeling that's not line of sight. Okay, that should be enough. Shuddering, I immediately thought back. It's because of the armor. Like I'm being watched. I was at a loss for words. The armor. Nami also opened her mouth wide. The armor that was there until just now was gone! When we were distracted with the water tank, did somebody take it away? There it is again! I knew it, the second floor! Let's go look. We were climbing the stairs. Strangely, the thick wooden handrail was getting very cold. Be careful. Nami came to gently take my arm. While I climbed the stairs, Did somebody move it? Or was it just an illusion? I thought for sure at this point that somebody moved the armor. We got upstairs and a long hallway with many doors extended left and right. It was like a scene out of Scooby-Doo. We cautiously waited to see if anything would happen. The room at the end of the hallway was still a little open. We went towards it. Excuse us. No reply. I got a bad feeling about this. Let's go back. But this door's already open. Nami called out into the room. Excuse us, we're coming in. We shyly entered. A weak light was coming from a lamp at the back of the room. I could barely see a small, round cloth table with a thick notebook on top. Based on the cover, it looked like a diary. When I approached to try to pick it up... Oh, don't close the door, Nami. Huh? It wasn't me. Huh? No way Nami would do that. Why did I even blame her? Then the door closed on its own? Is someone there? I called out towards the door. No reply. Awesome. First and foremost, I tried to open the door. But my eyes weren't used to the darkness, and I couldn't even see my feet. Nami lit a candle behind me. The room became a little brighter. Thanks. Thanks for what? Huh? Didn't you light a candle for me? I saw the blood drain from Nami's face. Hey, are you joking? I didn't light a candle. Huh? I thought you lit it. I didn't even notice one here. In the light from the candle, we couldn't move. No, but besides Nami, just who the heck could have done that? I jumped at a sudden sound. Is someone there? Is someone there? Or as I barely got that out. Possum, someone's sitting there. What? Someone was there. What I thought was a cloth table was actually that person's lap. They were in a wheelchair. Oh, we're sorry. I rushed to apologize. We came in here without permission. We called out several times from the entrance. Hey, that's strange. That person didn't react at all, even though there were so many Eries appearing. Are they sleeping? The wheelchair slowly moved forward. That person was a mummy! We couldn't speak. Our legs were completely frozen from fear. The wheelchair moved on its own and turned towards us. We rushed out of the room. Nami and I ran through the long hallway. Ah! Awesome! I lost my footing on the stairs. Pain shot through my body as I banged on the floor. Just then, my vision went black. Power's gone out. The area was pitch black. You could say this was a true darkness. This is not any normal everyday darkness. This is advanced darkness. To think that there would be a blackout at a time like this. Nami. Nami? No reply. Nami! I panicked. Nami's gone. In the darkness, I couldn't get the mummy I just saw out of my head. What is that sound? I drew my attention to the sound that I heard. Slime slobber. Yep, this is where the first fight appears with the slime. It was a different sound. I held my breath. Whoever they were examining me. It would be unwise to speak out. Who the heck was this? A strong light shined onto me. It was a flashlight. What? You were there, Nami? Disappointed, my strength left me. Then that ring of light got off me and spun around. The almost radiant Nami emerged from the corner of the hallway. Possum, thank goodness I was looking for you. She shined a flashlight, which she must have had in her bag at me. I mean, yeah, we already had a flashlight before. We were shining one at the trees. Then the light shining on her fell with a thud. Nami pointed her light at the sound. An old flashlight was on the floor. Nami asked, "Whose is this?" More importantly, where was a flashlight like this? If something like that happened to me, I'd want to know too. Yeah, I picked it up since it was on the floor, but my hand slipped. I gave a nonsensical explanation. Yeah, I was about to say that makes no fucking sense. Ooh-ah. Oh. Nami shined the flashlight at my feet, and a black cat wearing a bell was sitting there. Yippee, kitty! Here, kitty. Psst, 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 psst. Psst, 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 psst. Psst, psst. When Nami held out her hands, it approached and fawned on us. Aren't you cute? Nami held the cat in her arms. You surprised me. When I reached for it, it quickly jumped away from Nami. Failed the vibe check. Oh. For an instant, the cat looked like it shined green. A green cat? Oh my god, it's Glorp. Do you think it went to the mummy's room? The Mummy. That movie. I remember seeing it in theaters. That movie wasn't even out at the time this came out. At least not the one I mean. Pretty sure there were movies before that called The Mummy. Nami's head is a little kaput. I think our protagonist's head is as well, so she's not alone. And they've definitely found each other through that. Right. We did see the mummy. See, you already forgot about that. But how can a mummy exist in this modern day Japan? You know, they do take a while to form, like, at least in that state that was in. What are you talking about? Did we really see it? Nami asked. Hey, do you want to check that place again? I said in a shaky voice, yeah, let's do it. Let's go to the mummy room again. That sounds like a great idea. We came to the mummy room from earlier. I'll open it. Okay. Nami, I'm really going to open it. Hurry up, Possum. I'm really going to open it now. Can you just do it? I'm going to do it. I'm going to open the door. I quickly turned the knob. I fearfully looked inside, but the lamp and book had fallen over in the room. The mummy was gone. How strange. Oh, the lights are back on. They were back to normal. The lamp was emitting a small light again, and the hallway chandelier also began to shine. Oh, a cat. Is it another one or the same one? A black kitten came out from the table's shadow. Here, kitty. Psst, 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 psst. Nami got down on her knees and held the cat in her arms. That's strange. I tilted my head in confusion. Huh? Huh? Maybe I'm hallucinating? But you saw it too, right? No reply. Nami was obsessed with cuddling with the cat, and I cannot blame her for that. I picked up the book on the floor. When I opened it, it looked like a diary. I didn't even have to open that. It said diary on the front. But I wasn't quite sure until I read. There was a date from 6 years ago. I flipped through the pages and suddenly saw one in deep red. It's blood. Eh? The page was blank, with an Otogirisou inserted like a bookmark. Furthermore, the dark red liquid was sticking to the pages next to it. The blood is still fresh. Peeking into the diary, Nami looked like she'd be sick. Why are both of these options stupid? Lick it, Nami. That's how you get sick. Do not lick the diary blood. Is this the mummy's blood is stupid, because for it to be a mummy, it has to be dried out. So if it's fresh, it cannot be the mummy's blood. I shouldn't look at people's diaries. I quickly closed it. It's also a weird reaction to just seeing a bloody page. But I think it's better than the, no way, is this the mummy's blood? I hope this is not Chris's blood. I shouldn't look in people's diaries. I quickly closed it. Something happened here. Let's leave. Someone cooked here. We left the room. But the armor! The armor that had disappeared was blocking our way. Don't get separated! I ran as I felt Nami's impatience. Easily influenced, I got caught up racing with Nami and got ahead of her. That's not what don't get separated means. At last, we made it to the entrance. The door is gone! That big door was gone, with just an ordinary wall in its place. What? It's not just, you know, locked or something. It's fully gone. Are you kidding me? You know what that reminds me of? Oh, I'm glowing. Is it just... Okay, yeah. I had to look something up because I didn't know what it was called in English. But you know, the board game Labyrinth. Is that just what's happening here? Where you push the walls around to get to the different places? Did someone just push the door away? He shouted, "How did this happen?" There was definitely a door here, right? Maybe we were mistaken? Or in our rush to run away, maybe we had escaped to somewhere that looked similar. That wouldn't be strange in this large of a mansion. At any rate, we had to escape now. The windows! The windows! Ah! We stood there, powerless. It was as if, by its own will, the mansion closed every single window using shutters. It's like the mansion has swallowed us, I said. It won't swallow us so easily, I fought back. Now it's time to go exploring. Exploring? Looks like the mansion isn't letting us go home. We might as well look around, right? Until someone says no, look in every nook and cranny. You're pretty cool when you get mad, Possum. Did I get mad? She says that, but I can't be angry all the time. Over there. Nami pointed at a door, which had a strong light coming through the gap. Will someone be inside this time? I grabbed the knob. Wait. Nami politely knocked on the door. Wow, what a concept. However, no reply. It was worth a try. Nami asked, "Do you think they're away?" Yeah, open it. I pulled the door open. What? Wow! I involuntarily bent back. It's a group of Hitodama. Bye-bye. That was just burning phosphorus. Yeah, right. Surely it was phosphorus. Huh? Really? Yeah, really. I'm scientific. What an idiot. Shaking, I said that and opened the next door. I didn't know this game was so funny. Yeah. No, it's a cat, so it should be nya. Don't panic, it's a cat. A cat. But... Glowing in the darkness, the cat's eyes were floating high in the air above us. turn the lights on. Nami looked for the switch. What? Why was the bat meowing? What? The cat turned into a bat. I mean, it's just one letter up, huh? Nami was scared. Oh, damn. Then I said, the bat carried off the cat, that's all. It's a very strong bat. It's never skipped leg day. Huh? Is there a bat big enough to... Oh dear, all I did was scare her even more. I mean, you know, there are fruit bats. Those are pretty big. And, you know, those are also very much not dangerous to humans. Maybe it was one of those, even though I don't think they're native to Japan. When we came back to the foyer, Nami said, "The night still feels young, huh?" What to do? I'm sure there's someone planning something. What do you mean? Nami lay down on the leather-covered sofa. Looking into the fireplace, Nami asked, "Oh, what's that over there?" I saw a black dial phone covered in ash. I guess they didn't have enough firewood, huh? It isn't burned. Yeah, I'm also pretty sure it's not the best thing to keep a fire running by putting a phone in there. Maybe we can contact the outside world with this, Nami said. But the line is dead. She showed me the torn cord. And then it rings anyway, because of course it does. It's a phone in a horror game. Yeah, the phone with a cut cord was ringing. Possum, answer the phone! Not leaving it alone, I grabbed the receiver. Yellow? Sounds like I got connected, but I heard nothing. Hello? Hello? Suddenly, a frigid white air blew out. Ah! Was my ear going to fall off? Icy air was blowing out of the receiver, which I dropped instinctively. Is my ear still there? Yes, it's there. How is it? It's purple. Oh no, we're turning into purple guy. The gas stopped coming out. One section of the carpet was frozen over. The gas was potently cold. You shouldn't touch it. The gas caused a little frostbite. I won't. I wouldn't be able to wear glasses if it snapped off. Nami gave first aid with a handkerchief. But it's an absurd trap. I got intensely angry. Nami said, maybe it was supposed to be protection against theft. It's the Yuki Onnna's phone. No way! What? We became a bundle of nerves. It's from upstairs. I frankly requested, Nami, come with me. I don't want to go alone. One door was left open as before, and light was coming out of it. That one. We entered the room and stood there staring at a wall. There was a creepy stain on that wall. It's human-shaped. I couldn't tell if it was supposed to be a man or a woman. There's an Otogirisou growing in a place like this? It was breaking through the wall and sprouting out of the stain's hand. I remembered something unpleasant. What's the matter? I remembered the symbolism of Otogirisou. Oh? What is it? Revenge. That humanoid stain looked like a vengeful spirit holding up the Otogirisou and swearing revenge. I'm scared. Could somebody be in the walls? I unconsciously muttered that and shuddered. Just to be sure, we checked upstairs, including the mummy room from earlier, but not a room that was nailed shut for some reason. There was no sign of other people. We're sure no one else is here on the second floor. Nami nodded and said, At least there weren't any people, the mummy or the armor. I tried not to think sinister things. Okay, let's see if we can open this unopenable room. I started checking the door. Nami suddenly said, Hey, let's go downstairs. Huh? I'm hungry. Possum, aren't you hungry too? We have to eat first. I unconsciously looked at her face. Nami usually doesn't say stuff like this. Come to a person's house and eat their food as we please? Could she be saying it out of fear? Or perhaps... Hey, Nami. Huh? She smiled. I knew it, you're hungry. No, it's not that. But my easily suggestible stomach grumbled. I'll go ahead. Nami turned around. Hey, wait! Come on, let me catch up. Right away, I tried to catch up to her. As Nami was heading for the dining room. It'd be nice if there was any good food, but I firmly believed that was impossible. Because why would you think there's good food in a place like this that seems to have been abandoned for years, except for some creepy happenings? We zeroed in on the big refrigerator at the back of the dining room. We quietly opened it and looked inside. Wow! Nami cheerfully cried out. Raw fish was in the fridge! That seems like the worst thing you could take from an abandoned mansion refrigerator. 2 sweet fish on a big plate. Maybe they were caught from a river near here. I said, they look freshly caught. That would just worry me even more. But what should we do if the owner arrives after we start eating these? Then we'll insist we're cats. We should try to meow like cats. Said actually, cooking these at the edge of a river is the best. We'll have to bear with using the oven here. I'll do it. Nami took out the plate. Yeah, what's this? Nami screamed and dropped the plate. Huh? Huh? The fish on the floor were completely dried up. They weren't dried out earlier, were they? Right. I definitely saw they were freshly caught until just now. The dried up fish were brown. If I tried to think about it, dried fish are like fish mummies. Huh? Nami asked, What's the matter? You look scared. Just now, it turned around. You didn't hear something just now? Something like a woman screaming? Not really. Was it your imagination? No, I'm sure I heard it. It's over that way. I approached the window. I couldn't see anything outside since it was dark, but I had an unpleasant hunch. Come, look! I went from the window to the exit. Wait, what are you gonna do? Something might have happened. It's really bothering me. Wait, I'm going too. We left the dining room. Hey, lend me the lighter for a bit. Why? Hey, Juforier, welcome in. And Spaps too! Congrats on the level up, you two. We are currently in a creepy, scary mansion that is playing tricks on us. We also got frostbite on our ear from some gas coming out of a phone. Nami had taken a silver candlestick from the table. I'd get nervous without something to light the way. But at mansion? Luigi house, but at mansion. Thanks, here's the lighter back. Now that Nami had a lit candle, I tightly held the flashlight and slowly went through the hallway. Hey, did you really hear a voice or something? Nami looked at me doubtfully as we walked. Yeah. It was like a long, high-pitched, resentful cry. Creepy. Nami grimaced. Why a cry? Maybe because of a robbery? A robbery? Possibly. Why are the lights on and why is the owner nowhere to be seen? That could explain it. We turned left at the end of the hallway and continued to the back of the mansion. But as we went on and on, it became narrower and the ceiling got lower. It was strangely dim. It felt like at times you suddenly entered a back alley. It felt like times you suddenly entered a back alley from the main path. I pointed the flashlight and a small iron door stood out at the back. I said, "There's a door over that way." What a creepy door. It's like it's for a secret lab. It was like Nami said. With bare, crudely made rivets and almost all of the paint peeling off, the whole door was rusted dark brown. Is it open? I placed my hand on the knob. That voice now. You heard it, didn't you? It was the same voice as earlier. Nami's eyes widened and she shook her head. Let's go. I boldly opened the door. Suddenly, wind and a splash of water hit our faces. It was the back entrance. I can't see anything at all. I pointed the flashlight into the distance. Something on the right reflected it back. It's a greenhouse. So that means the scream came from inside there? Ah! Nami softly screamed behind me. What is it, Nami? It's gone out. Distressed, Nami was looking at her candle. Oh, the rain put the candle out. What should we do? It's useless outside, so let's leave it here. I left it at my feet and took Nami's hand. Well, let's go. We joined hands and walked through the mud. Our dry clothes quickly got soaked, and it was hard to walk with our shoes covered in mud. Nami quietly asked, "Do you think someone's there?" I don't think so. What? Then, why did I come along? I mean, it could be another living person. Not a chance. At that moment, Nami's expression changed. Because if someone was there, I'm sure they would have noticed the flashlight shining just now. I didn't see any reaction, so they already... Why are you saying something so scary? Nami looked like she'd try. It was pitch black inside the glass in front of us. I shined the flashlight inside. Ah! Nami and I screamed at the same time. Again. It was an Otogirisou. That is so my reaction when there's an Otogirisou. Mixed among other ornamental plants, small yellow flowers were blooming close together. Nami whispered, "A greenhouse of revenge." Don't say creepy things. What, you're telling me? Cautiously shining light into the glass, we walked around the greenhouse. But nothing else was especially unusual. Just now, we made it to the opposite side. Shall we check the greenhouse? Now that we know there's no one there, maybe we can find something useful. I turned towards the entrance. No, I've had enough. But... Huh? I pointed the light towards the sound, and the greenhouse door was flapping in the wind. I glanced at Nami's face. Her mouth still half open, she was looking at me out the corner of her eye. This is embarrassing. Alright, race to that door. I started running. What? That sound was the door creaking. Nami shouted, almost scolding me. It's a race, a race! Continued running without paying attention to her. Wait! Yeah! I looked back and she had fallen with her backside on the ground. I fell down! This sucks! Laughing, I faced the door. What? I said wait, I can't see in the dark. When I arrived at the entrance, I turned around and pointed the light at Nami. The greenhouse's glass door stood out in the corner of the light. Then, when I saw it, my smile froze. Come on, you left me behind! Nami caught up to me. Then she saw my face and said, You're looking so scared again. You won't fool me this time. I pointed at the glass door with my chin. Since you're generally a scatterbrain. Nami was written on the glass door in big red letters. The shaking glass bounced the light back, as if gently brushing against us in the rain. I said, It's a coincidence. But I realized my voice was growing tight. Even if it was a coincidence, why was her name in a place like this? Nami's face went pale, and she stood stock still in the rain out of surprise. At a loss for words, only our eyes were moving in time with the glass. Wi-Fi is so bad you're checking in later. I can imagine if you're on the train. But hey, thank you for checking in. Flapping in the wind, the door creaked again. That really does not sound like a creaking door at all. Let's go back. I deliberately spoke encouragingly. But Nami didn't respond. Let's go back! I strongly pulled Nami's hand, but she refused to move. Why? Why is my name You're worrying too much. That's a great... Yep. Applause for that. Boyfriend of the Year award for this guy right here. They're exploring a haunted mansion. His girlfriend's name appears in big red letters on a door, and he's just like, you're worrying too much. Thumbs up. Great guy. But I said it's just a coincidence. That's it. We've never even been here before, so it has nothing to do with you. Someone who lives here just happens to have the same name as you. True, it's odd that it's written there, but if we asked the owner, they'd probably be like, what's that all about? I'm sure that's all it is. As if shaking off my fear, I kept on talking loudly without stopping to take a breath. Okay. Talking in a small, almost disappearing voice, Nami nodded. Staying in the raid too long is bad for us. Let's go back. I dragged Nami along and started to walk back. We returned to the mansion and Nami looked depressed. I felt really bad for her. It was my fault, after all, that we saw that out there. Some way to cheer her up. That's it. I deliberately said brightly, Hey! What? Won't you take a bath? Another all-time banger from this guy right here. You stink. You're stinky. Take a bath, smelly. I don't think that's a great idea in a place like this. Eh? Nami looked surprised. Because we got all muddy. But it's fine, it's fine. I think it's probably over there. Went ahead on my own. We turned right around the dim hallway, and soon there was a frosted glass door in front of us. Here it is. I pulled the handle. It was pitch black inside. I pointed the flashlight and, just as I thought, it was a washroom. On the left, there was a white sink with a big mirror. A Western-style toilet was next to it. Another frosted glass sliding door was at the back. It probably led to the bathroom. Okay, should we wash our hands first? I approached the sink. The porcelain sink was deep and smooth. The gaskets must be old, since water was continuously dripping from the tap. I turned it on. The white sink was dyed a deep red, because of course, yep, saw that one coming. Blood! Nami clung to my shoulder. No, it's rust, rust! After a moment, the red water became clear. The pipes are just old. Look, it's fine. I wetted my hands in the flowing water. Nami was being rather nervous. I wanted her to go back to her old cheerful self somehow. You should smile more. What an idiot. Like... Wait a second. We were just outside. Why didn't we leave? What? Why did we go back inside? Oh, there isn't any soap. Nami, do you want some? Some... What, when there's no... Oh, I'd personally just use water. For some reason, she was strangely modest. Usually, she absolutely insists on wanting to use soap. Oh, he wants to take it from the back. Okay. I kind of want to choose B just because this guy seems obnoxious. And that would be in character. I want soap even if you don't. I jokingly made a fuss just for the sake of it. I guess it can't be helped. Okay. I'll go look for soap for you. Oh, so now we made her look. Good. Nami opened a shelf next to the mirror and looked inside. Looks like she's back to smiling a little. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Oh, no, that was me, of course. Oh, that's right, I forgot. I went out into the hallway. Where are you going? I'll be right back. Keep looking for soap. I forgot the candlestick we left outside. I ran through the dark hallway and opened the iron door. But it wasn't there. That's weird. I cautiously shined the flashlight around the area. But as I expected, I didn't see it. Puzzled, I went back to the washroom. What was it? Oh, it's not important. Anyway, did you find any soap? No, not yet. Did you look here? I pointed to a hinged door below the sink. Oh, not yet. Then it's here. I crouched down and opened the door. Ooh. Inside it, an unpleasant odor like putrid mud hung in the air. I looked in and tried not to breathe through my nose. An S-shaped drainage pipe ran through the center. Items like bathroom cleaners, insecticides, shampoo, and many plastic bags were scattered like trash to the right, as if avoiding contact with the pipe. Perhaps because the pipe leaked long ago, medicines had seeped out of their containers and mixed with dust. I felt like I'd be sick. Is there really soap in a place like this? What about this? I took out a big white plastic box to the left of the drainage pipe. Inside was a wooden box marked with a cross. Isn't this a medicine box? There's also something under it. Nami, could you pick up the box? Nami grabbed the medicine box's handle and lifted it. Then, crowds of big black bugs with greasy wings started crawling out from under it. Yeah! Cockroaches! Nami screamed and threw the medicine box to the floor. It opened from the impact, scattering small bottles and various medicine packages over the floor. In no time at all, the cockroaches all ran out of the room under the door. Oh, they're gone. Smiling, I went after the medicine that scattered about. Sorry, I'm hopeless. Oh, I'll get them. Nami knelt down and we started bringing back the medicine to where they belonged. Hey, the cockroaches are all gone, right? Yeah. Oh, there it is. Soap! I got up and turned on the faucet. Nami was still picking up the scattered medicine. How about you wash your hands? We found soap. Okay, she replied half-heartedly. I'd rather not touch the medicine with dirty hands. Right. Nami stood up next to me and started washing her hands. Mud was coming off her hands and arms, and dark muddy water swirled down the drain. Awesome. What is it? I was putting the medicine away and thought, I don't recognize many of them. Medicine you don't recognize? Some I've never seen before. Let me see them. I was a little curious. Wait a moment. Nami grabbed many medicines from the box. Look at this. I took one tube and read the label. Chloromycetin mixed with fibrinolytic enzymes. What in the world is this? When I opened the cap and squeezed a little, a white cream slithered out. Looks like an anti-itch medicine. But it didn't have the pungent and burning smell characteristic of those medicines. Nothing else was on the label besides the tongue twister of a description. I read the label on another tube. Vitamin E mixed with sulfur drugs. Surprised, Nami suddenly looked at me. That's from the Vietnam War. That's a defoliant. Why is it mixed with vitamin E? The medicine's effects were written on the label. Could be like a burn medicine? Oh, look at this other one. Curious, I looked up. Local coagulation blockers. Heparin? Something extracted from a calf's blood. They're all keloid medications. I didn't know any of it. It was all written on the labels. Nami was gathering the medicine scattered on the floor and opened the lid on one. Hey, look at this! What a strange color! A small, flat, and round plastic container had a purple jelly-like medicine inside. I've never seen a medicine with a color like this before. I'm sure you don't see many like it. Yeah. Nami looked at me triumphantly. But for some reason, there are many creams, all for burns. Maybe somebody got burned often. Alright, sure, but I wonder why have this many kinds of them. Well, never mind, let's put them back and wash up. Oh, wait a moment. There's still one more on the floor there. A small, round glass bottle with an open lid was on the floor. Is it empty? No, something pale yellow. Is this a medical cream too? Not much was inside, only a little bit of a thick, pale yellow medicine. The bottle had a handwritten label on it. The paper seemed rather old, burnt and worn out. Acrinol? Zinc. Does this say oil? The label is blurry. Is it zinc oxide oil? Are you familiar with it? It's also a burn medicine. How do you know that? I was a little surprised Nami said that with such a matter-of-fact facial expression. Well, it's been around for a long time. Huh, really? So, you aren't mistaken, like with that defoliant from earlier? When I mockingly smiled at her, Nami snatched the bottle from me and shut it in the medicine box. If you don't believe me, fine. My mistake, I believe you. At any rate, was it a burn medicine? I tilted my head to the side as I stood up and I opened the glass door at the back. Pale blue tiles covered the floor and even the walls. There was a white, Western-style bathtub. The bar. Thought black mold was growing in the walls' tile joints, but they were just full of cracks when I looked more closely. The bathroom was small for such a large mansion. When you get out of the tub, the most you can do is stand and dry yourself. Were all Western-style tubs like this? I don't think two people will fit in here. What? Did you just say something? No, nothing. It's only big enough for one person. Ah, so you did hear me. Nami also came into the bathroom. Hey, do you think the hot water is working? I turned on the shower head a little. Just as I thought, cold red water trickled out. Maybe the plumbing doesn't work here. Almost giving up hope, I spun the faucet a lot. After a bit, the water started to clear up and steam began to rise at the same time. I dipped my hand into the running hot water. Ah, the temperature's great. How is it? Nami also reached for the water. To mess with her, I quickly turned it off. She slightly scowled at me and went back to the washroom. Are you mad? She didn't respond. Maybe because I was acting like a toddler. When I went back to the washroom, Nami had taken a bath towel hanging next to the sink. You're gonna use their towels? You already tried to eat their food and now you're using their bathroom. But you draw the line at using their towels. It's fine, I'll only wash my body and wipe the water. Once it dries, it'll be like I wasn't here. She bluntly said that and went to my side in the bathroom. You're not going to take your clothes off? I obviously won't do that out here. Ah, right. Alright, since I'll go in first. Nami closed the sliding door. She said, oh, this door is stiff. It won't close all the way. Something was rattling, which was typical for a poorly closing sliding door. What are you mad about? It's fine, leave it alone. This has a lock. I looked up and she said with a scary face, you better not look. I won't. Got that right. I'll break up with you if you look. Okay. In the end, Nami took a shower with the door still unlocked. I could faintly see Nami's gestures of hanging up the towel and taking off her clothes through the frosted glass. Thinking it was nice to see her so lively. B or C seem more in character for what we've seen from the protagonist. But also I feel like a promise like this might be something he would pay more attention to, maybe. Mostly because he doesn't want to get broken up with. I promised her, so I turned a blind eye. Oh, that's right. We forgot the change of clothes. I'll go get the change of clothes from the foyer. Oh yeah, we took them with us from the car. I forgot about that. Called out to Nami and went to the foyer. I took the bag, sighed, and looked around the entrance hall. It was quiet. I looked at the clock and saw the hands exactly pointing to 10 o'clock. So many strange things have happened. But if we can manage to survive until morning? Until dawn? The sounds of the armor again. I looked where it was supposed to be from earlier, but it was gone. The sounds came from the direction of the bathroom. I returned to the hallway. Perhaps because the armor turned around the end of the hallway, just the sounds faded out. I ran. However, when I approached the washroom, I suddenly heard Nami scream from inside. Yeah! Nami, what's wrong? Panicking, I opened the washroom door. I entered the washroom just as Nami dashed out of the bathroom. Nami's wet white skin pierced my eyes. She was stark naked. That's what you're paying attention to right now. Is he not, like, at all concerned about the armor sounds that came from this direction, and then she was screaming? I mean, I guess we don't have exact ages for them, but that is very much horny teenage boy behavior, right? So we drove a car. At what age are you allowed to drive a car in Japan? As our eyes met, I stammered, Nami squatted down, curled her back, and frantically screamed, Get out! Get out! I'm sorry. I rushed out into the hallway. Look away! Yes, of course. Nami roughly closed the washroom's glass door. Nami, what's wrong? Did something happen? I didn't do that on purpose, I was worried. I was definitely worried, but also felt like I got something out of this. Are you kidding me right now? No, you must not come in. She still sounded angry. I spoke as calmly and gently as possible. Okay, I won't come in until you say I can. But are you okay? You said it was hot, so did you get burnt? Did she say that? I'm okay. It only just started to burn. Please wait a little longer. What happened? The shower suddenly got hotter. So I tried to stop it, but it became unbearably hot. It was cramped in there with nowhere to run away, so I dashed out. Just as I thought, the equipment may be worn out. Are you not going to mention the armor sounds to her at all? Your body's okay? You didn't get burned or anything? I'm okay. I got out of there right away. Oh, I'll put the change of clothes here. I put the bag in front of the glass door. Door opened a little and Nami reached out for it. A while later, I heard Nami say, "Okay, you can come in." I went inside and it was full of steam. The air had a lukewarm humidity that stuck to the skin. Nami looked prim and proper again in her change of clothes. She was drying her hair in front of the mirror. Her cheeks were red from the shower. I'm sorry about before. No, it's okay. I looked into the bathroom. More and more steam was rising and hot water was still coming out of the shower. I dipped my hand into it. Ouch! This water is boiling! You said it. You were too late. You would have been badly burned. Oh, maybe that's why there were so many burn medicines. A small light bulb went off in my head. Eureka! Nami said, but isn't that the wrong way to look at it? Normally, you'd just fix the bath. Well, I can't complain too much about someone else's house. But at least you're okay. But what to do? This shower won't stop heating up. You can't use it in this state. Oh, that's it. I remember seeing a big machine at the back of the house. Based on its location, I wondered if it was a boiler or something. I'll go to the boiler room. Huh? There's one here? There was something similar to one earlier. I'll go look for it. Will you be okay? Yeah, I'll be back soon. Leaving her with that, I left. Because clearly nothing is better in this situation than splitting up. I was just about to come out of the dark hallway. At the iron back door, I remembered the sounds of the armor from earlier. Oh, he just forgot about that, of course. He was so distracted by seeing his girlfriend naked that he forgot about the apparently alive armor that is walking around in this mansion with them. There's no way it went this way. I gulped and grabbed the knob. I boldly pulled the door and quickly jumped back. Nothing. Phew. The rain had mostly stopped. Guess I'll go. When I tried to step forward, someone behind me put a hand on my shoulder. Ah! It was Nami. I shouted, "What the heck?" But I was alone and scared. She spoke sweetly. Please don't talk to me so suddenly like that. I lost 10 years of my life from that scare. But okay, fine. Well, we'll go together and get dirty again. Then what are you doing here? Don't get so mad. Where's the boiler room? Look, we can see the light from the bathroom over there. A basement or something is near it. It's close. Yeah. Okay, I'll stay here and you'll come back as soon as you're done. What, you said it was close. Don't want to go together? I'd get dirty again. I noticed she was barefoot. Ah, got it. Then I'll go. I went down the concrete steps. If it gets dangerous, I'll call out and we'll go home. Isn't that something we should just do in general? Just go home? Maybe? I don't know. There's a lot that has happened here. But just going home only now crosses their mind and it's something they plan to do later. Okay. Dangerous? What do you mean dangerous? Started to walk along a wall on my left. Wet ivy leaves were rustling. Before long, the entrance appeared as if a gaping hole opened in the wall. I went down the dark stone steps and pointed the flashlight inside. A big, featureless silver machine stood out in the darkness. Above me, several metal pipes were coming out of the walls and the ceiling. Just as I thought, here's the boiler. I shined the flashlight on some kind of meter in front of me. What's this? The gauge's needle was already past 80 degrees Celsius and still climbing. Thank goodness the water temperature was only starting to rise earlier. Nami had gotten into this kind of boiling water. Well, technically the boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius, so at 80 it's not boiling yet. I got a chill down my spine. Next, I found the water temperature control knob and was surprised again. I saw it had been set to 100 degrees Celsius. That is actually boiling water. Why is it set so high? Come to think of it, there was a strange sound. Both the mansion and the boiler were probably old. I turned down the temperature control knob to 40 degrees. For now, all I could do was check the bath. When I returned to the back door, Nami asked, "How was it?" It was boiling water because the boiler controls were set to 100 degrees Celsius. Huh? She was speechless. Well, when the water first came out, I think your bath was about 50 degrees, but I think the temperature control was 80 now? Yes, 80. Completely deadly. I talked a little excitedly as we entered the mansion. But why is something like 100 degrees? Won't that be too hot to get in? Yeah. But I adjusted the dial to 40 degrees, so I think the bath should be fine now. I've had enough. I'm scared. Besides, I already took a shower. You also changed clothes, so I can't force you. We returned to the washroom. Do you think it's really cooled down? I opened the bathroom sliding door all the way. Ooh-ah! Hot white steam hit our faces. It hung in the air like the inside of a cloud. But the shower's temperature was already going down. I reached out and turned it off. At any rate, it stopped. We can relax a bit now. Nami giggled. Hey, I wonder what time it is. I remembered I saw a clock earlier. I think it's past 10 o'clock. Huh? Nami, weren't you wearing a watch? Oh, looks like I accidentally dropped it at some point. I'm sure I had it when we went to the dining room. I see. Okay. I'll help you look for it later. That being said, I deliberately made my face look weak. Sorry, but may I take a shower first? When the steam hit me now, I really wanted to go in. I'll get out after 5 minutes. The hot water's filling up, and if I'm already here, you don't have to ask so seriously. Right, I'll wait outside. Nami got her wet polo shirt and shorts from the bathroom and was wringing them out as she came back. She had taken them off when she went in earlier. She asked, Hey, is the drainage here bad? None of the hot water from earlier is going down. I looked in the tub. The hot water here was draining a little better than the washroom, but was almost overflowing. Is it plugged up? I got in and looked for the drainage hole, but I couldn't see anything like one in front of me. I looked into a fist-sized gap between it and the back wall. A pool of hot water on the floor had long, black, tangled hair that swayed and floated like seaweed. It seemed to be causing the blockage, but judging from the length, it wasn't Nami's hair. I didn't know why, but it eerily made me think of a drowned body. I slightly hesitated. I looked away and thrust my right hand into the hot water. The long, thin, rustling hair tingled my fingers and palm. Deliberately trying to be thick-skinned, I grabbed what felt like hundreds of strands of hair all at once and forcefully pulled them up. Some parts I felt smoothly falling out of my hands. Other parts, it was like I could hear the sounds of ripping hair traveling through my arms. For a moment, it felt like the hair was pulling me. I let up on my strength, then continued to carefully pull. Before long, the hair little by little split in two with a big splash. A lot more hair than I expected appeared on the water's surface. I pulled up the long, wet hair too strongly, and it curled around my arms like a living thing. Gritting my teeth, I got out of the tub. When Nami saw the stuff in my hands, she covered her mouth with her hands and looked away. I don't blame her. The surface of the water was extremely filthy. I carelessly dragged out paper from the holder on the left wall, stooped down and scraped off the hair on my arms into the trash bin under the sink. Did someone get a haircut? I deliberately said something dumb to hide my disgust. But I wasn't entirely joking either. It was unlikely that the hair gathered there had simply fallen out. I flushed the paper I'd used to dry my hands, then went to the sink and painstakingly washed my hands more than I needed to. Hey, is the drain still blocked? It's quickly going down. Thank goodness. There might still be some hair left, but it should be fine if it's draining out on its own. I didn't want to touch any of it again. Okay then, I'll get in. I plan to get out soon, but it won't be pretty if the owner comes home. Got it. Nami headed for the sink and started washing her clothes. I forced the door a little and it fully closed with a click. Wait, it's closing now? The water was still a little hot, but not so hot that I couldn't get in. I threw my clothes onto the floor. I stepped into the tub, filled to the brim with hot water, and slowly immersed my body into it. I washed my face with the hot water and let out a big sigh. I felt slightly revived. I'd prefer if the owner didn't come home. In that case, I'd leisurely rest here and go back home tomorrow. My mood was improving, and I felt full of energy. I was thinking rather selfishly. I don't think that'll happen. I turned the shower on. It wasn't that stupidly hot water anymore. What a nice feeling. Oh, I carelessly forgot the soap and towel. I used my hands to clean off the mud stuck to my feet. The hot water rapidly became dirty. So that's why this is a Western-style tub. I was using the owner's bath at my convenience and saying whatever I wanted. I liked myself like this. Okay, I'll get out soon. I purposefully shouted to Nami. Oh, okay, I'll get out soon. I purposefully shouted to Nami so she could hear me. But no reply from the washroom. I hit the sliding door. I'm coming out! But no reply. That's weird. Maybe she went somewhere. Oh, I get it. She's hiding again to scare me. That does not sound at all like the Nami we have seen so far. But okay, sure. I put my hand on the sliding door and said, I know you're out there, so. But the door wasn't opening. It would open to about the thickness of my fingers, but immediately close again as if pushing back. I know you're out there. Open the door. Thinking Nami was holding it down, I hit and pulled the rattling sliding door. But I sensed that Nami really wasn't there. It wasn't fitting earlier, so since I forced it closed, I tried a bunch of things like slightly rattling it up and down, but it still wouldn't open. Suddenly, even though it should be off, hot water spouted out from the shower. I hurriedly spun the faucet, but it was already turned down all the way. No way. I got a bad hunch about this. Nami, open the door! Nami! I screamed as loudly as I could, but no reply. I looked down and saw a metal slab the size of some chewing gum nailed into the door rail. What the heck is this? It was like a prop preventing the door from opening. Earlier it couldn't close well. Without a doubt, this was why. My thumb got sore from trying too hard to tear it off. It was no use. What am I supposed to do? I found a window, but it was too small for me to get out through. My bad hunch proved to be right. The water from the shower was getting hotter and hotter. Dense white steam enveloped the room. It was becoming painful to breathe. Soon it'll be unbearable. I got out by breaking the glass. Hold on. I was putting on my clothes and a terrible thought came to me. Thank goodness the temperature only rose slowly now. But what if the door had completely closed when Nami was in there earlier? Luckily, it happened to not fully close, because she isn't as strong as me, but maybe if I had taken a shower first. I became worried about Nami. I think from the foyer we can go to more places. So let's check there. She might be resting on the sofa. But Nami wasn't there. Where'd she go? I heard the sound of the wheelchair from upstairs. I looked up and saw a woman in a white dress, slowly pushing the mummy in its wheelchair through the hallway. I quickly hid myself in the shadow of the stairs. She disappeared into the right corridor with the wheelchair. Sounds like she went into one of the rooms. Could she be the owner? I stealthily climbed the stairs. When I looked into the right hallway upstairs, light shined through the gap of just one door. I peeked into the keyhole. Nami was standing there, with a blank look in her eyes. Nami didn't even notice me coming in. Nami! Surprised, she turned to me. What the heck are you doing in a place like this? Oh, I was looking for you. I'm sorry, what was I doing? Before I knew it, why did you come upstairs? I was walking through the hallway looking for my watch. Then somebody called out to me. Called out to you? Was someone there? Maybe the woman in the white dress? No. In the end, it didn't even matter. I didn't find anyone. But then I felt like I was being called to. What did you hear? I heard, Nami, Nami. Your name? Why Nami's name? Okay, then we'll get around to that later, but first, her story. Okay, after that. After that, I thought they called me from upstairs. Now, I felt they did, but don't know for sure where I heard it from. But nobody was there, and this room was open. You went in? Yes. No, that was dangerous. You didn't suspect anything at all in this unfamiliar mansion? You only heard your name being called out. I spoke like I was scolding her. Nami made a curious face and said, "Oh, you're right. Normally I think the same. For whatever reason, I didn't feel scared at all. I don't know why." She was repeatedly twisting her neck, reflecting on her own behavior. What? Like this? Ever since we came here, she's been rather strange. Well, strange things have happened, so it was natural she's acting strangely. Besides that, the fact that somebody called out to her. Hey, that voice that called out your name, was it possibly a woman's? Oh, then what happened next? Nami cut me off and pointed to the top of a dresser. Just as I entered this room and saw those dolls, I became dazed for some reason. Damn, bro, you got the whole squad laughing. 2 Western-style girls' dolls were on the dresser. They were completely identical, with red jumper skirts. These? I picked them up. Let me see them for a bit. As if the dolls were something very important to her, Nami gently held them to her cheeks. I've never seen her like this before. A very relieved expression. What is it? Something I very fondly remember. I feel like I've become a kid again. When I was a boy, these kinds of dolls all looked the same to me. No, it's not like that. These are special. Spellbound, Nami shut her eyes. I don't really understand girls' feelings about these. I'm a manly man. But yeah, besides that, I saw the mummy again earlier. Someone in the white dress was pushing it. She was still in a daze. I think she could be the owner. Nami opened her eyes. I felt like she was still dreaming. I headed for the exit and said, I'm curious and want to go investigate. Okay. Nami gently put the dolls back like they were her prized possessions. When we left the room, she waved to them like she was reluctant to leave them. Bye-bye. I think the woman went into a room somewhere. We looked around all the rooms upstairs one by one, except for one that was locked. We couldn't find the mummy or the woman in the white dress. With no options left, we went downstairs again. I said, That's strange. Are you sure you saw them? You're pretty careless, Possum. No, I'm sure I saw them. I then thought it would be dangerous if they found me, so I quickly hid here. Moving a little exaggeratedly, like an action star, I got behind the stairs and leaned close to the wall. Quickly, huh? Laughing, Nami imitated me. Right, so from here, the woman in the white dress... Hey! Nami hit my shoulder. Look here! Under a support for the stairs, there were what looked like scratch marks. I brought the flashlight near them. Nami was carved in there. And Naomi was engraved just below it. It wasn't only one set of them. Engraved at the bottom center of the support were the names Nami and Naomi. Straight scratch marks were next to each. I wonder what this is. Nami calmly said, "A comparison of heights." Oh, I see. That's right, I could accept names carved in a place like this if that was true. Are you not gonna question why she just calmly accepts that? Nami and Naomi are 2 children in this house. Hey, Possum, what? Did that woman in the white dress look like me? No. I didn't get a good look at her face. I see. Nami, you're not thinking of something strange, are you? What? Something strange? No, I can't say it well, but since you asked if she looked like you... Not really. Nami suddenly narrowed her eyes. I don't really think of it as strange. Only, somehow I just thought she might... Alright then. Oh, my legs are numb from squatting down. I stood up. Let's rest on the sofa a bit. Maybe the lady in the white dress comes back. Okay. I'm tired. I relaxed my whole body and lay on the sofa. Sofa? You look like an old person. I can't help it. I'm really tired. I absent-mindedly looked in front of me. A large tapestry hung on the wall above the fireplace. It depicted 3 people playing in a field, but because of their exotic appearance and the extreme stylization, I couldn't clearly make out their ages or their genders. Still, it conveyed well that they were having fun. When I looked down to a table in front of me, its surface had a relief on 3 people playing. I wonder why there are 3 people. Huh? Did you say something? No, I heard a piano. Who do you think is playing it? It's from over there. We went into the left part of the hallway. I heard it from a door on the right. They won't stop playing it. What should we do? We opened the door. It was pitch black inside. I pointed the flashlight around. The circular light illuminated things like bookshelves and a table. Eventually, it caught onto a grand piano. But nobody was sitting at it. The piano is playing by itself. Nami clung onto my arm. No way. I noticed a light switch on a wall nearby. The lights turned on and it eased my fear a little. I approached the piano. Nobody was touching it, but the keys were busily going up and down. I looked at the floor, and a power cable was coming out from the piano. It's fine, it's simply an automatic piano. What? On top of the piano there was a small candlestick. I lit it with a lighter. This'll set the mood. Yeah. A painting was on a wall next to the piano. It also depicted 3 people. This time, a mother and 2 young girls playing at a lake. Hey, Nami. Something's been bothering me for a while. Why 3 people? Nami's eyes were glued to the painting. For some reason, she turned pale, with sweat on her forehead. Nami, are you okay? I put my hands on her shoulders and she was muttering like she was delirious. No way, Ah! The wind suddenly blew and spread the candle's fire onto the fluttering curtains. Yeah! Flaming curtains covered Nami's face. Look out! I took her hand and rolled away from the piano. Be another dodge roll. Before my own eyes, the flames climbed up the curtain and started to scorch the ceiling. This is terrible. I have to put it out. I looked around in a panic, but nothing nearby could help extinguish it. I frantically looked around to figure out where the water was in the mansion. That's it, the bathroom. Ah, there's a water pipe in the bathroom. Maybe I could put it out if I pull water from there. Nami, get out of here as soon as you can. I started running to the bathroom. But right away I stopped and held my head in my hands. I don't have a hose! The fire would spread even more if I looked for a hose. Where else was water in the mansion? I frantically looked around and again, kitchen. Most houses keep a fire extinguisher in the kitchen. I ran to the hallway in a great hurry and opened the door to the dining room. I kicked chairs away and looked under the kitchen counter. There it is! I rushed back to the piano room with the fire extinguisher. Dense black smoke was already floating to the ceiling. Half-burnt curtains shook in the wind and the flames were spreading. But it looked like Nami hadn't tried to get away from the fire, because she was standing right next to the piano. What are you doing? It's dangerous here! But there was a strange look in Nami's eyes, like she was possessed. She was completely still and staring at the fire. It was like she couldn't even hear me. Get out of the way! I pushed Nami away from the fire and pointed the extinguisher hose at it. A fierce white smoke rose from it. Even as the smoke choked me, I aimed at the red flames through it and covered them in extinguisher fluid. Before long, the extinguisher was empty. The wind blowing through the window carried the smoke outside. In the remaining hazy smoke, I noticed one flickering fire left on the carpet, like a small red tongue. I stamped it out with my shoes and turned around. Phew, I managed to stop it. Walls were scorched black, the floor was sopping wet. Somehow, though, the piano wasn't burned. Nami was a little away and was refusing to move. I felt like she was in a daze from shock. It's fine now. The fire's out. Nami was silent. Don't worry, I'm responsible for cleaning this up. Words came out of her half-open mouth. Nami. Naomi. That's right. I remembered. Felt it somewhere ever since we came here. But what exactly she remembered, we will find out after a little break. Because right now, we will take a few minutes. If you want to grab something to drink, or maybe a little snack, or if you need to go to the bathroom, now would be the perfect time to do so, and I will see you right back here in just a few when we figure out what Nami has to do with all of this, maybe. Alright, I'll be right back. And we are back. It is time to find out what Nami has remembered. I felt it somewhere ever since we came here. She slowly stood up, approached the piano, and started moving strangely. That's right. I'll understand if I crouch like this. I was always watching the piano from here. I was always watching Mother from this position. Then Naomi was here. But fire! Fire! Nami suddenly grimaced and screamed. Nami! I raised my voice and she looked at me in surprise as if noticing my presence. Possum. What's the matter? What is it? This was my childhood home. I lived here a long time ago, Possum. Huh? I remembered because of that fire. This was my childhood home. But I've never heard that story before. Why didn't you tell me? No, I just remembered it now. I had completely forgotten it. I'd never had any memories of my childhood. It was always a mystery to me. Nobody ever told me. Now I understand. Now I remembered. No way. I was dumbfounded. Oh, then that mummy! Nami stood up and started running to the door. Nami! Where are you going? I chased after her and grabbed her arm just before she got out of the door. Let go! Let go! I won't. That mummy is my family! Either my mother or my older sister. Calm down, calm down! Nami tried to struggle free from my grip. But I was more powerful and kept holding her tight. Bro, just... This guy! Suddenly, she went limp. Did you calm down? The blood drained from her face and her eyes couldn't focus. Did something happen while I wasn't here? Something to my mother's body or my older sister's body. Hey, Possum! She suddenly looked at me with a brooding expression. I have to go find that mummy. I have to go find it. B is very in character, but it's also a real asshole move. You should just calm down a little. You just found your lost childhood memories again, and clearly your mother and older sister somehow died or something if you're talking about something happening to their bodies, but calm down. Just calm down. You're being so hysterical. I won't let you go alone. Let's go together. I'll follow your lead. Nami and I left the piano room. The foyer was completely silent. As if nothing happened. Okay, how about we check upstairs? I slowly climbed the stairs. Nami said okay, but there was no way she was that dumb. She was just a little confused from all these creepy things happening and finding her own name. We found nothing after going around the mansion once. We dressed on the sofa or something. Tomorrow it'll all be a funny story. Okay, which room will we check? I went to the hallway upstairs and turned around. Huh? Nami was gone. Where did I lose sight of her? She was supposed to be behind me. We also said to her before that she would take the lead and we'd follow her, but... This guy. I looked down to the foyer. I turned around at a sudden sound. An empty wheelchair was rapidly chasing me from behind. Ah! I dodged it by a hair. The wheelchair crashed into the handrail of the stairs. If it hit me, I might have rolled down the stairs with it. But I noticed something else. The instant I turned around, I caught a glance of the person who thrust the wheelchair at me. But she looked exactly like Nami. No way, Nami. If it was her, that was an inexcusable joke. Has she lost her mind and gone crazy? I happened to notice some kind of shiny silver object in the wheelchair seat. It was a wrench. Oh, this is mine. Packing tape was rolled around and possum was written on it. It was from the toolbox in my car. This thing, who... Then, a nearby door opened. Oh, Nami. She had a vacant look on her face. Hey, I was worried. I ran up to her. Then she went back into the room without looking at me and shut the door. Hey! I ran up and opened the door. Nami was on a bed in the right corner, covering her face. What's the matter? Nami! Without even looking up, she pointed at a desk. It looked like she was crying. A single photo was on the desk. The old sepia photo showed two girls, both about 3 years old, standing together and wearing the same white blouse. They were wearing the same clothes, but their faces were so similar that they could have been the same person. Were they identical twins? What did Nami think when she saw it? I guessed everything. But I deliberately asked her, what's wrong with this? She looks like me. I heard Nami's muffled sobs through the bed sheets. Where? I don't see any resemblance at all. Look closely. Look closely with me. These children won't grow up to be nearly as beautiful as you. No, don't give me that. What do you mean? Name tags on their chests. Name tags? Name tags were on the girls' chests. Each was Nami and Naomi. But this is a coincidence. I was hesitating and Nami looked up. Then, the moment our eyes met, she suddenly covered her face with her hands and ran out of the room. I was stunned after what happened just now. Was it really true that, like she said, she lived here a long time ago with an older sister? Okay, that wasn't Nami from earlier, but her older sister Naomi? If they were twins, it wouldn't be odd that they looked exactly alike. Why? Why would Nami's older sister tamper with the car and attack me? Does she have a grudge or something against us? Come to think of it, I remembered what happened in the bathroom. If Naomi was to blame for that, too, I didn't know why she had a grudge against us. But in any case, it definitely seemed like she was trying to harm us. I became worried for Nami's safety. Nami! I went out to the hallway. The door to the room in the back of the mansion had just closed. Maybe it was Naomi's room. I walked towards it. But I happened to look down and saw wet footprints continuing to another room. Then there was the sounds of a piano Then there were the sounds of a piano from below. Why in the world is Nami? Door closing, piano, wet footprints. I'm guessing the wet footprints won't be Nami. Piano probably also not. I ran through the hallway to the door that just closed. Mysteriously, Nobody was inside. Damn it! Strange. I'm sure I saw somebody come in here earlier. I looked in the wardrobe, under the bed, under the desk, and more or less all the places a person could hide. But just as I thought, nobody was here. Suddenly, I noticed an old diary on the desk. It's a blue one this time. Its cover read, "First grade in class 3. And it was filled with a child's clumsy handwriting. This must be Naomi's diary from around elementary school. Why are we sure that it's Naomi's and not Nami's? Even though I was worried about Nami, my curiosity got the better of me and I started to read it. April 20th, sunny. Today, Mom made zinc oxide oil again. She said her usual prayers and rubbed it on my burns. This time, I hope I'll get better. This time, I hope these burns will go away. April 21st, sunny. Today, I applied the medicine again. Mom says I shouldn't worry about my burns so much. But I don't think so. I can't make any friends at school. Other kids say my burns creep them out. So I think I can make friends if my burns heal. I thought, were her burns really that bad? I tried to remember Naomi's face from when she attacked me earlier, but in the spur of the moment I couldn't get a good look at her face. I continued reading the diary. May 20th, cloudy. Today, a boy pulled my hair. Oh, like we did in the bathroom. I cried and everyone laughed at me. When I came home from school, Mom told me, "Something's on your back." I asked her to take it off and it was a piece of paper that said "Monster." June 18th, rainy. The medicine is all gone. But I still have these burns. Mom says to not worry because they'll be gone when I'm an adult. But I want friends. I'll always be alone. The childish writing from here on out became broken. It looked like she occasionally wrote things as she remembered them, but they were all stories of bad memories and unpleasant experiences. She blamed it all on the burns. There was another notebook on the desk. When I opened it, it was another diary, but with an adult's handwriting. June 3rd. As expected, I'm not cured after 1 month of using that medicine. The burns on my forehead persistently remain. When will they go away? When will the day come when I can leave this house? Why do only I have burns like these? Why do only I have this unhappy fate? I cut my hair again. July 3rd. Today, I found a maternity health record in a drawer and learned that I have a twin sister. I always knew Mother was hiding something. I asked Mother why she was hiding it, but all she said was that my younger sister died young. But I think that's wrong. Mother is still hiding something. Today, I turned 20 years old. September 20th. I read Mother's diary and found out the cause of the burns. It was from my younger sister starting a fire. Mother says Nami died in that fire. Since Nami died, says... But I know it's a lie. A lie. I know it's a lie. Absolutely a lie. She's still hiding something. September 30th. Mother is still hiding something. Is still hiding something. I ask over and over and she doesn't respond. Doesn't respond. I asked yesterday and the day before that and the day before that, always asking but never getting an answer. I'll ask tomorrow. I'll ask the day after that. I'll ask the day after that. Until she answers, I'll keep asking. October 15th. Mother doesn't speak. She isn't saying anything anymore. She's in her seat and still doesn't say anything. Her eyes don't open. She doesn't say anything. If she likes not saying anything that much, she can say nothing forever. It's fine if she says nothing forever and ever. I'll look for Nami. November 5th. Mother, why are you not eating? I made the soup for nothing. You've already lost so much weight from not eating anything. I went to the trouble of untying the rope, but you don't eat anything. Are you mad at me for locking you up for so long? But I don't resent Nami anymore, and even made friends. December 30th. Mother has died from someone locking her in her room. Who did such a cruel thing to her? I have lost my only family. Mother, I am lonely. I want to die. February 14th. 49 days since Mother passed away. Mother, I was sad for a long time, but I've forgotten that. After all, I have Nami. She must be alive somewhere. I want to meet her soon. When I do, I'll introduce my friends to her. Then we'll get along with everyone. She's my younger sister, and she'll be as happy as me. Nami. The diary ended here. She killed her own mother. I became uneasy. I have to find Nami soon. I turned around, and somebody was looking inside through the gap on the door. Who's there? The face immediately disappeared. Was that Naomi just now? I went out to the hallway. A figure just entered the next room. It was that room that has never opened. I grabbed the knob. Wah! Electricity ran through my whole body. Like those fucking prank shockers you could put on your hand. I couldn't let go of the knob. Why is this described like a fucking cartoon scene now? After all of that. Wait. Wait a second. Let me... Thank you, Adobe Stock, for this image. Like, what I'm imagining right now with this scene is this. Bro's just a cartoon character. We just got the big lore drop, the big reveal, and suddenly like, whoa, Tom and Jerry action here. What's going on? My vision went pure white, and I felt my consciousness fading away. Nami, you're so cute, Nami. I could hear somebody grumbling. I opened my eyes. The chandelier on the ceiling was dazzling. Ooh. I tried to get up, but my hands and feet were bound with ropes. I couldn't move. I turned my head and saw yellow flowers. They were Otogirisou. This is a coffin. My hands bound behind me, I was laid in a coffin covered in Otogirisou. This much hair. Was that voice again? It was just like Nami's voice, but I gently lifted my head and just barely saw outside. Nami was turned to me and sitting in a wheelchair. A woman in a white dress was combing Nami's hair. Could this be Naomi? Her eyes shut, Nami looked either asleep or unconscious. Next, the lipstick. The woman turned to me. I panicked and withdrew my neck. I awkwardly made noise, but my body wasn't cooperating. Bro's just going while lying down in a coffin. I'd better pretend to faint again for a while. I held my breath and concentrated on listening to Naomi. I don't know why, but I remembered you. Somewhere, I remembered that long ago in my childhood, there was a girl I always played with. But When I told that to Mother, she lied that the girl already moved away. When I found out that I had a younger sister, Mother wouldn't let me meet her because she said my sister had died. What a cruel mother! But I thought I can definitely meet her someday. So then I always thought that if we did meet, I would take good care of her. Things like combing her hair like this and then putting on her makeup. Naomi was really smiling delightfully. Maybe she no longer resents the burns that she wrote about in her diary? Minus my burns, we really do look identical. You know, these burns tormented me until around middle school. My friends teased and bullied me, so I quickly shut myself away from others and became increasingly lonely. So I dropped out of middle school and barely went outside. I lived in this mansion all the time, with just me and Mother. I never had any friends, and these burns are entirely to blame. Suddenly, Naomi's tone of voice became violent. I looked up out of surprise. Nami was passed out, and Naomi was behind her back and holding her head. Resisting my anger, I gritted my teeth and stared into space. Naomi was completely unaware that I was looking at them. At any rate, I was surprised again. All I could think of was the two identical faces next to each other. Naomi kept talking about her burns, but from here I couldn't tell for sure. Maybe it was now only a mental illness rather than physical scars? For a moment, Naomi's lips trembled out of anger. But before long, she lowered her shoulders with a sigh of relief and became gentle again. But you know, to make up for not being able to make human friends, I was able to make many other kinds of friends. Do you understand? What kinds of friends? Well, I can talk to things like the grass, flowers, the stars, and the wind. You may not believe me, but it's really true. Believe your older sister. It's wonderful. The countless flowers in the garden talk about love, and the wind and stars recite poems like jewels on cool mornings and quiet nights. Was that what she meant by friends in her diary? She was completely shut into her own world. Don't you think humans are ugly and lamentable? Everything you believe in can come crashing down all at once one day and start to torment you like a mysterious ghost the next. Nami, I know it's your fault I have these burns. I used to resent them long ago. Now, things are different. My friends are not ugly humans, but the trees and flowers and things that can hear the stars and the wind. Nami, I'm happy. So I want my younger sister to taste this happiness. The wheelchair started to move. So, let's go. It'll be hot only for a moment. Naomi planned to burn Nami just like how she was. Thank you for spelling that out. That was totally not obvious or anything. I shouted, "Wait!" Naomi faced me. Oh, yes. I have to close the coffin. She slowly approached. But I couldn't reach with my hands or stand up. Nami! Open your eyes! Nami! My shouts didn't wake her up. I'm very grateful that you brought Nami right to my side. Sleep well. Naomi forced me to lie down and threw a lit candle into the coffin just before closing the lid. Now it won't be dark in there. That's hot! I twisted my body to avoid the fire. The candle kept burning in the coffin. You're insane! You're trying to burn me alive! Luckily, the fire didn't spread right away because the Otogirisou seemed to be freshly picked. But at this rate, it will either burn the fabric in the coffin or consume all the oxygen. I have to put it out. I tried to put it out by rolling my body over it, but I realized I might be able to cut my ropes with it and brought my wrists close. Ow, ouch! Clenched my teeth and squirmed my body in the cramped coffin. Come on, cut already! Yes! I flipped up the lid. Door was closed there, and neither Nami nor Naomi were here. I looked at the window and the curtains were burning. Naomi was probably trying to burn me to death 2 times over. I quickly undid the ropes at my feet and jumped at the door. Please open already! But it was locked from the outside and wouldn't budge. I looked around the room but found nothing besides the coffin. Black smoke rose from the blazing curtain which began to scorch the ceiling. The smoke would envelop me if I didn't get out of here. I dragged the coffin to the door, stood it up a little and kicked it down as hard as I could. The hinges split and the door opened. Nami! Neither of them were in the hallway. Where'd they go? I opened the door in front of me. Whoa. The instant I opened the door, something grazed by the tip of my nose. I looked down and the armor's axe was on the ground. Was it set up to fly out when I opened the door? If I'd gone in any sooner, I would have died. I have to be careful. I looked into the room, but nobody was inside. The axe might be useful for something, so I picked it up. I didn't know what kinds of traps were set on the doors, so I shouldn't open them recklessly. But I had a general idea of where Nami and Naomi went. That unopenable room I tried to enter earlier but couldn't. Oh, are we gonna hit a shining? Are we gonna use the axe and go, here's Johnny? When I first tried to enter it, Nami was strangely frightened. They're definitely there. I had a gut feeling about it. I heard a voice as I approached the room. As expected, it was from that room that wouldn't open. I stood at the door and stealthily peeked into the keyhole. Nami was being forced to sit right in front of the door. Before I knew it, Naomi had also made her change into the same white dress as her. Her hair was pinned up and pulled back. Nami looked awake now, but she was gagged and bound to a chair with rope. It looked like someone else was sitting next to Nami, but I couldn't see well because Naomi blocked my view. She was standing at a wooden desk and mixing some kind of medicine. It seemed powerful. White smoke rose as she mixed it. You know, sometimes the descriptions in this game just really feel like it's straight from a cartoon. Like, you know, she's mixing some chemicals together and suddenly there's a white puff of smoke that looks like a skull. Poison for Cusco. I quietly grabbed and turned the knob, but it was locked from inside. Well, we can be real twins now. Nami, look at Mother, won't you? Naomi moved a little. Sitting next to Nami was that mummy. Just as I thought, that mummy was their mother. Naomi put the medicine into a flask and brought it to Nami's face. Ooh, ooh. Nami frantically turned her face away. Just one moment. Naomi tilted the flask and Nami shook her head to avoid it. A drop of the medicine spilled out onto the back of the chair. A thick white smoke rose as it made contact. No, it's for your own good. Naomi held down Nami's face with her left hand. Nami's eyes were overflowing with tears. Don't cry, it'll only hurt for a moment and it'll be fine. I smashed the door with the axe. Here's Johnny! Stop it! I threw the axe at Naomi. Yeah! Avoiding the axe threw her off balance. She accidentally spilled the medicine onto the mummy's face. Before my eyes, the mummy's face dissolved. Oh no, Mother! Mother's faces! Looking at the flustered Naomi out of the corner of my eye, I hurried to undo Nami's ropes. Possum! Nami! There was a loud sound as the room violently shook. The flames from earlier might have ignited somewhere. How dare you? How dare you do this to my mother? Naomi glared at me with the eyes of a lunatic. Let's get out of here. I took Nami's hand and went out into the hallway. We heard another explosion. The entire mansion shook unstably. We nearly tumbled down the stairs into the entrance hall. We can't get out this way. It'll be okay. I tightly grasped the axe. Then, fire spouted out from the floor. Oh no, we can't get to the door. Nami, stand back. I slammed the axe into the water tank. But what came out wasn't water. When was it replaced? I saw some kind of big black mass sloppily ooze out and spread onto the whole floor. Snakes! A huge nest of snakes! Avoiding the flames, they approached and separated us in an instant. What? What? Excuse me? Where did the fucking snakes come from? Awesome! Damn it, these snakes are poisonous! We get out through the rear exit in that hallway there. I'll get out from the terrace here, so let's meet in the backyard. Sure, I'm sure you'll come. Nami said that and ran away into the hallway. I immediately opened the door from the entrance to the backyard terrace and ran through a pitch-black passage. Nami! I got out to the stairs on the terrace and turned to the mansion's back door. Nami should come out from there. Fire was spouting out from in front of the basement with the boiler. Oh, that explosion was from the boiler room. The boiler room was right next to the washroom, so Nami should pass by it. Is she okay? She still hasn't come out. I ran to the back exit. I ran past the kitchen window. She still hasn't come out. I ran past the washroom window. The door Nami was supposed to come out from wasn't open. Nami! Nami! I passed by the red-hot boiler room. When I got to the concrete landing at the back exit, I finally opened the iron door. As if she was leaning on the door, Nami came out. Nami! I caught her in my arms, and she collapsed onto the landing. Nami, pull yourself together! The mansion was already on fire all over the place. Window glass was practically bursting open. I carried Nami on my back and took refuge in the greenhouse. Even when we got to the greenhouse, Nami was limp with fatigue. I laid her down in a grassy area and continued calling her name in her ear. Nami, it's okay now. We survived. Before long, she slowly opened her eyes. Nami, thank goodness. I hugged her. Turned around. Through the darkness of the night, the mansion flared a bright red. Suddenly, Nami stood up and faced the mansion. Nami. Then, the burning mansion made a loud sound as it collapsed. I heard a distinctly familiar scream from within those flames. Awesome! It can't be! Nami slowly looked back and brushed up her bangs. On her forehead. There was a burn scar, and it's Naomi. Well, that's a downer. And we almost made it. The only thing that separated us was those damn snakes that came out of nowhere. What was that about? Huh? I'm pretty sure, though, that there's different endings. So maybe we'll try to go for another one. The night is still young, after all. Maybe we can save Nami. Why are these dolls looking at me like that? But from the way it was built up, I did expect something more supernatural, I'll be honest. And do I have to reset here, or maybe it's just that I have to press start? No, I think I have to reset. Okay. Let's see if we can find a better way for this to go. Oh! Oh, it actually counts how many loops you've gone through. That's interesting. Like, this is loop number 2 for this save file? Huh. Resume or restart? I mean, if we resume? We're still on loop 2, right? It was a summer evening. Under a cloudy sky, the thin and winding mountain road continued on. The scenery wasn't very interesting, with thickets on each side of the road. Okay, but if we... What's the difference between resume and restart? Oh, it's different this time. Nami always looks pretty from the side. Maybe it's because I'm comfortably tired from having fun at the river, but it made me slightly anxious. Huh? You keep glancing at my face, Possum. Oh, no, I became flustered. Your face is red like if you got drunk. Huh? Oh no! She hurriedly took out a small mirror. Where was it red? No, sorry, it was the glow of the sunset. Possum, cut it out with the jokes and focus on driving. It'll start to rain if you don't hurry. It's anything but sunset. Aren't those rain clouds? Nami looked out the window. Huh? Possum? What? What species are those flowers? So many of them have been blooming out there. Yellow flowers continued on the side of the road. They had long, narrow stems and round leaves. Ah, those, they're Otogirisou. In Japanese, its name is written as grass that cuts the younger brother. Otogirisou? Yes. The Otogirisou has a strange history. I thought telling it could be a nice change of pace with talking to Nami, but given the choice... Okay, let's just do things differently this time. Hey, wait! Huh? That wasn't there before. I told it like a splatter film. This was a true story from the Heian period. I began to tell it. There were two falconer brothers. For generations, their family passed... Forgot about that bird. Their family passed down a special secret medicine that was effective for hawk's wounds. However, at some point, the younger brother let it out to his lover. When the older brother found out, he went into a rage and took a large nata blade. Wait, a nata? Nami looked uncomfortable. Yes, it was unusually big with blackened blood stuck to it. He marched into his brother's home with it. You don't have to continue the story. Nami covered her ears. I didn't care and kept going. The younger brother was together with his... Bleh. The younger brother was together with his lover. His older brother first violently pulled down his hair as he tried to escape. With that huge nata with a dull black shine, he swung down with all his strength. No! A huge spray of blood flew out, and the head rolled away. Next, as the woman was screaming and running away, he stabbed the nata into her chest. Possum, I said to stop! Then the spray of blood landed on the flowers. That's where the flower's name Otogirisou comes from. Nami breathed in a huff and glared at me. What the hell? That was really bad taste. When did the sun go down? The area was getting dark. The rain got heavier and heavier. Then I thought... If this was a convertible, we'd be soaking wet. Suddenly, Nami mysteriously looked around us. Possum, I don't recognize the scenery, but... Now that she mentioned it, the coming scenery was very different. Very strangely, it was like the opening to a horror movie or something. Hey, we didn't get lost on the road, right? Nami anxiously turned her head. It's because I can't see well in the rain. I turned on the wipers. Outside it was getting rather gloomy. With no lights on the thin road, it was hard to tell how it curved. I turned on the headlights. A sign stood out off in the distance, but I couldn't see it well. I sped up a little and approached. It read, "Curve ahead, slow down." I looked ahead and there was a sudden right turn at the bottom of the hill. I gently stepped on the brake, but didn't feel the usual resistance against my foot. I was shocked with how lightly the brake pedal was bottoming out. Huh? I stepped on it again and again, but it only hollowly hit the bottom. The car steadily sped up while it went down the hill. The brake isn't responding. Rain was hitting the windshield like crazy. Signs flew past us outside the window. Ahead, ahead! Nami shouted and stuck out her finger. We were rapidly approaching the curve. I hurriedly hit the clutch and dropped the gear. My seatbelt dug into my body as I leaned forward. When I looked up, we were quickly approaching a mountain slope. I let go of the gear stick and sharply steered right. Yeah! Nami's shrill voice was deafening. Somehow we barely avoided crashing into the trees on the side of the road, but this time an oncoming car flew out from the next curve in the road. We're gonna crash! I pulled the parking brake. The rear wheels began to shake wildly. My car slipped off the right side of the road and crashed into a grassy area. The oncoming car grazed by us on the left and blared its horn as it went flying along. With all the strength gone from my body, I leaned into the seat. I was soaked with sweat. I looked at Nami and she was also limply hanging her head. I asked, "Are you okay?" "I thought we'd die." "Me too." Her forehead was also covered in sweat. I got out and said, I'll go check the car." The rain was intense and cold. I crouched down to check the car. Then... Oh. Okay, that's a canon event. "Awesome, look out!" Nami screamed and sent me flying. The lightning strike split a big tree in half and it crushed my car like it was a scrap of paper. "You saved me." "Nami, you're not hurt, are you?" "I'm okay. If you hadn't sent me flying, I'd be crushed flat right now." After that, I took out an emergency flashlight and a bag of clothes from the car trunk. Nami said, "It's awful what happened to the car." "Thank goodness we're not hurt." I really thought so. "In any case, we have to find shelter from the rain." I hit my beloved car that got turned into scrap. But I feel kind of sorry for it. "Well, which way should we go?" "Look, isn't that a road?" I turned on the flashlight and we started walking. Of her own accord, Nami took my arm. I felt her body heat when she got close. It wasn't that bad, and I hoped that this would continue for a long time. Then I stopped in my tracks and looked down at my feet. "What can we find there?" Nami asked, "What's the matter?" "Something grabbed my feet earlier." "Ayo?" She pointed the flashlight at me. "They're Otogirisou." I couldn't believe it. How are they coiling around my ankles like this as I walked? "They're like snakes." Nami's voice was shaking. "Let's hurry." We ran, tearing up the Otogirisou as we stepped on them. "Look!" We came out of the forest and the flashlight suddenly illuminated a giant iron gate. Beyond a giant garden past the gate, there was an old, large, Western-style mansion. "Hey, a light's shining through a gap in that window's curtains, Possum." "It really is. Someone's there." Thank goodness. I stared at the mansion. What should we do? Naturally, we go inside. Pushed the iron gate with all my might. It didn't budge. I can't push it open. How about we jump over the fence? Nami said, "I'll push it." I thought it wouldn't help even if she pushed, but I let her try. Then, as if the gate was lying to us, it suddenly opened unsatisfyingly. What? The gate's light. I'm surprised you couldn't open it, Possum. It's because I'm a sexy What? What? What does that have to do with anything, my dude? I'll leave the physical labor to you, Nami. Oh, no way. She suddenly looked afraid. Huh? That mansion. Something scary will happen when we go in. Nami sometimes had powers similar to precognition. But here would be my undoing. At any rate, shall we go? I'll be lucky. I wrapped my arm around Nami's waist. Just then, my body spun once in the air and slammed against the ground. Ow, ow. Sorry, are you okay? I didn't think I'd execute that move so well considering I just learned it. Yo, we got our ass kicked. I didn't know Nami was learning self-defense. I'm surprised how different this already is. Rubbing my aching butt, I went into the gate. When we went into the gate, the wind became strong. I shined the flashlight all around us. The whole field of flowers was swaying towards us all at once. Nami stopped in her tracks. These flowers here are all Otogirisou. Right. It was as she said. It was shaking yellow Otogirisou, as far as the eye could see. I saw Nami looking afraid and... I realized I should have told the legend of the Otogirisou here, especially in the version I told at the car where I made it sound like a slasher movie. Wait, Nami stopped several meters from the entrance. Shadows of those trees, someone's there. Where? Pointed the flashlight. Like a long arm, the light shined on the distant trees' shadows. Nobody's there. Casually pointed the light up. In the branches, there was a distorted, brown, severed head, wrinkled face, rough, pale brown skin with disorderly stripes. It's the wasp nest. It's a wasp nest. Yep, we've seen this. They're toxic. Oh no, let's go. Then the nest shook. Suddenly a swarm of wasps emerged from it. Run away! Protecting Nami, I ran in a crazed frenzy because we didn't pick that last time. We banged on the heavy front door. Excuse us, good evening! No reply. Pushed and pulled on it to no avail. Nami, the window! Nami ran to a window to the side and smashed it with the flashlight. She quickly stuck her hand into it and undid the lock. Thanks. In any case, our first priority was to get inside. We went in through the window. I broke it. Let's apologize for it together. I looked around and there was a large hall. Please excuse us, we shouted repeatedly, only to hear our voices echoing. But aren't the lights on? Did they forget to turn them off before leaving? A big glass box full of dirty water was in the center. There was a very big water tank. Also on the glass shook ominously. There were a large clock and a big leather-covered sofa. Somehow, I feel like I've seen this room somewhere. Now we know why she said that. She stood up and went ahead of me. An armor was next to the fireplace, with dull silver shine, and Nami screamed at the water tank. Stagnant water swelled and billowed. I caught a glimpse of something inside other than moss or mud. Ooh-ah. Hey, what did you see just now? I restlessly looked around to see what was going on. A ladder was installed on the opposite side of the tank. I'm sure it's for feeding. I'll climb up and look. Hey, don't worry about it. Nami stopped me. I feel like something bad will happen. Actually, I thought the same. But there was no turning back now. It's okay, just wait. I climbed the ladder. A whirlpool started to slowly spin clockwise on the surface of the muddy water. Hey, get down already! The whirlpool gradually became quicker. Before long, something rose to the surface. Ah! It was an animal's corpse? Hey, what happened? What is it? Suddenly got dizzy. I went down the ladder. Something like a dog or a cat was swimming. No way! It's true, but it had no head. Nami's face was trembling. What's that sound? It's upstairs. Is someone there? Yeah, let's go look. Oh, I opened my mouth wide. The armor, it's gone. When we were meddling with the water tank, the armor disappeared without making a sound. Anyway, let's go check upstairs. My voice was shaking. We slowly went up the steps. But then Nami gasped and grabbed my arm. What's the matter? Someone's watching us. None of these are good. Quickly fix my hair because someone is watching us. Times like this, a man doesn't scare the girl he loves, or I cowardly ran away up the stairs. What's the best choice here? I guess with B, we might still do the right thing. Man doesn't scare the girl he loves. Think so? I don't particularly feel anything. Okay, no, it's just him being a smartass. You're pretty dense, Possum. That's not true. Even now I feel your love. It's just friendship. Oh, you're heartless. We finished climbing the stairs and the hallway extended to the left and right. Wait, so that's also different? Because in the first loop she said something about breaking up with us. But in this one we're just friends. Huh. There were few doors given how long the hallway was, so this gave us an idea of how wide each room was. So it's less like a Scooby-Doo scene. Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where did it come from, Cotton-Eyed Joe? This one. We started walking quietly. All the doors were closed except for just one at the end that was open a little. I peeked inside it. It was dark. Is someone there? No reply. Looks like no one's inside. Yeah. Nami, I didn't say to close the door. It wasn't me. Surprised, I grabbed the knob. I pushed and pulled, but it didn't budge. Are we locked in? Look, it's a light. When our eyes got used to the dark, we saw a faint light at the back of the room. Nami grabbed my hand. We slowly went to the back. Heavy curtains were shut. Except for a floor lamp shining on two other tables, I barely saw anything in the pitch-black darkness. We approached and a thick book was on a circular table. Nami said, "It's a diary." When I was about to reach for it, "Wait!" Nami forcefully pulled my arm back. "Something is here." I took a deep breath to calm myself down and looked up at the ceiling. Suddenly, some of the ceiling opened with a bang. It became a skylight. Nami exclaimed, "Oh! Moon!" The full moon was showing its face through the skylight. What? Wasn't it pouring rain earlier? What the fuck is going on? Like, of course, it's the mummy again, but what was that about the... There was a bang and the ceiling opened up? Suddenly, Nami screamed. A white-haired mummy was sitting next to her in a wheelchair. The moonlight finally let me see. What I thought was only a square cloth table was actually the mummy's lap with the diary in it. "Run away!" I was so startled that I tripped over my own feet. Then the sound of footsteps. "Nami, run!" I already felt like I was tumbling down the stairs. It was still chasing us. Then my field of vision went completely dark. "Possum! It's a blackout!" We couldn't move at all in the dark. "Possum, hurry and get a light!" I thought I should have a flashlight. "Where did you put the flashlight?" On the sofa." "Let's go get it." "Watch your step." We took each other's hands and slowly moved through the darkness. I bet we'd look like idiots if the lights were on. I guess so, yeah. Even though it was just the two of us in darkness, this strange situation wasn't sexy at all. You know, with the added context we have now, he's even more of a buffoon. Because we know that Nami and Naomi are at least 20. He should not still be behaving like a horny teenager. I was gradually getting angrier. Nami, let's go to the sea next month. Wear a bikini, a high leg bikini. What are you talking nonsense at a time like this? I don't understand my male instincts. There it is. I picked up the flashlight and switched it on. Dang it, it won't turn on. So many strange things were happening in this mansion. Are the batteries dead? Desperate, I tried shaking it hard. No good. It won't turn on. Oh, those footsteps again. Come on, hurry. But what do I do? I was trying everything but couldn't get the flashlight to work. In the darkness, those ominous footsteps will get here before long. Here it comes. Ah! It turned on. What the heck? What was walking towards us? I pointed the light all around us, but nothing was there. Nami, that thing earlier, do you think it was really a mummy? Why do you ask? I said, the mummy, the disappearing armor, strange sounds and events. It's all unbelievable. I continued, maybe it's just someone messing with us. What if the owner's hobby is to threaten people who wandered in here? Is it? It's a little too strange. I want to go check the mummy again. Huh? I didn't get a good enough look at it earlier. Was it a real, genuine mummy? Maybe it was just some Halloween decoration. Yeah, it was. Then there was a quiet sound. Huh? What? Pointed the light towards it. It was a black cat wearing a bell. Here, kitty. Now he picked it up and started to pet it when it came to us. All right, I'll go. You can wait here, Nami. No, take me with you. Lights were going out. Relying on the weakening light, we started climbing the stairs. Nami was petting the black cat, but for some reason I didn't want to interfere with them, because the cat didn't like us last time. What if having the cat with us would actually save us from Naomi? The upstairs hallway was pitch black. It's like a demon is lying in wait. Lights turned on. That's better. Did someone turn them on? Well, it was better than being in the dark. It's this room. Let's go inside. Nami turned the lights on. Oh. We jumped to our feet with a start. The mummy's gone. So was its wheelchair. This time, the diary that was in its lap was on a circular table. What in the world? Is someone just messing with us? I flipped through the pages of the open diary. What's written in it? This page just has a date from 6 years ago. I tried to turn to a different page. Suddenly, a black cat jumped onto the table and I dropped the diary. Yeah! It then ran off. I picked up the diary. Huh? Very fresh blood clots were sticking to the back cover. Where did the blood come from? We saw that in our first loop as well. Did Naomi just put her own blood on there to scare us? That doesn't make any sense. Huh. See, that's one of the reasons why I thought this was gonna be more supernatural in its explanation. Instead of just, oh, it's just her sister who wants to enact revenge. Like, I guess it could still have been that, but I thought it was gonna be more like she died, and it's her spirit, her vengeful spirit, that is tormenting us, and not like just her being alive. Nami, let's get out of here. I dragged her hand without waiting for her to respond. Rushing out of the room, we ran through the hallway and down the stairs. Ah! Oh, a bat again. That surprised me. What? Was that a bat just now? It looked like it. It's almost like everything is welcoming us here. What's that? We froze in our tracks and listened closely. Is that also... Is Naomi just putting on the armor and walking around to mess with us? And then she's taking it off again and just letting it stay somewhere, and... The Hummer? Nami said, I can't take this anymore. You've crossed the line with messing with us. We opened the front entrance's door and went outside. The rain had stopped and the moon was out. Okay, let's get out of here. I took Nami's hand and started to leave. It's an earthquake! We couldn't stand up. Protected Nami and got down on my hands and knees. I've never felt an earthquake this big in my life. Awesome. Nami. I thought I could die as long as I was with her. Oh, I love her so much. Hey, maybe bad time for that boy. Hey, when are you getting up? I noticed the arrow was completely silent, as if it was all a lie. We stood up. Large cracks in the ground had formed all over the garden. It was dark and I couldn't tell how deep they were. It's pointless, it's too dangerous to go in the dark. Let's go inside. So, is Naomi a ghost or not? I'm sure the earthquake made a huge mess inside. We went back in. Oh, what's going on here? The inside of the mansion was completely fine. As if the earthquake never happened. The chandelier was still, and not one liquor bottle on the fireplace had fallen off. Unbelievable. This is like... All I could think of was that the violent shaking only happened right outside the front door. Damn. I got intensely angry. But I thought it was still possible we were in danger. For when the time comes, let's look for a weapon. Cool, I'm sure you'll beat them. Yeah, you too. Alright, let's go. Took a bottle of Western alcohol from on top of the fireplace. You think that'll work? It will. If I get scared, I'll drink it. We went out the end of the foyer into the first floor hallway. Nami looked both ways in the long hallway and she asked me, which one? This one. We courageously started walking to the first room. Then I opened the door. There was a large dining room. I don't think we've seen this background before. Nami said, wow, what a huge table. I've seen lots of movies where the very rich drink champagne in dining rooms like this one. There was a counter on the right, and the back looked like a kitchen. Ooh. Suddenly I felt sick. What is it? Don't look. I just couldn't show it to her. A headless toad, a pigeon head, a bat wing, and other dead things were scattered about on the kitchen table. Let's leave. I turned around and Nami was gone. Nami! Nami! Nami was crouching down at my feet. Looks like she also saw all that. You don't have to say anything, let's go back. We returned to the foyer, and I decided to let Nami rest on the sofa. I noticed something behind the sofa. It's a phone. I brought it to my ear, but disappointingly the line was dead. What? The cord's cut off. Bare wire stuck out the end of the cord, which looked like it had been bitten off. It had been bitten off? I'm sure it was just a mouse. Nami sounded scared when she said that. Oh dear. Suddenly, she was clinging onto me. Awesome, something is there! Suddenly, a large black shadow passed by my eyes and disappeared. A fish. You know what that means? Fish! Huh? Nami's eyes were wide open. I saw it. It was a dorsal fin. Dorsal fin? It was a fish bigger than a human being. A tuna. Don't be ridiculous. Fish can't stand up and walk around. But I saw it with my own eyes. Then it can't be. The cord is cut. For a moment I scowled at the phone. We don't want to go answer that. Nami took it. No! No, don't do that. Nami, don't! Hello? Startled, Nami thrust the receiver at me. Listen. It was a scream. Hello? I heard nothing. Wasn't that a woman screaming? What should we do? You asked what we should do, but we don't know where she is, so... Besides, right now we weren't in a position to try to go help people. If anything, I felt like I wanted to call for help on the phone. What was that? At least we didn't get frostbite this time. Nami looked at me with fear in her eyes. It's upstairs. There was no way that phone... Was it an extension line? Are you saying someone was calling for help from above? Let's go. Okay, come back safe. What's that supposed to mean? Nami and I went up the stairs. Then... Okay, it's that room at the back. I went ahead like I was standing up to danger. It looked like a guest room. It was empty except for a bed and desk. Hey, those flowers. Nami noticed Otogirisou were decorating a window. Oh. What? I remembered. The symbolism of Otogirisou. It was revenge. Revenge. Nami shuddered and stared at the flowers of revenge. I took Nami outside and told her to not worry about it. I don't think we should touch those. We went out to the hallway and checked each room one by one. Over there was a blackish door. This one won't open. It was securely locked up. Maybe it's an unopenable room. Cut it out, don't say scary things. But look! Nails were pounded into the door. We heard a cat meow from inside the unopenable room. It's inside! How did it get in there? Shh! Something's there again. We listened closely. I said, sorry, that was my stomach. Oh, I'm such a hungry boy. My tummy is growling. How can you say something so careless now? Then, it was Nami's stomach this time. Sorry, looks like I'm hungry too. Alright, if it's okay, let's go look for something to eat. Nami quickly said, okay, that sounds good. Oh, really? At a time like this, I thought she'd say that there wouldn't be any food here. I wonder if she said it out of fear. But if we say nothing and eat, the owner will punish us. I said, if they show up, I'll shout at them. We finally arrived at the dining room downstairs, but we didn't expect anything to be there. Will something come out of this? Honestly, it was unlikely that decent food would be here. Yeah, also, I don't think I would go back into the dining room where there were dead, beheaded animals lying around. That just sounds like a recipe for disaster. I'd be glad even if there's just canned food here. Just as I thought, there was no sign anyone was here. We entered the kitchen. Nami said, I want to drink water before eating anything. So then I went to the cupboards to take a glass. They were full of cooking utensils that were completely covered in dust. We'd have to thoroughly wash them before we could use them, but only the kitchen knives looked clean, shiny, and sharp. That's a shame. I wanted to show you my cooking skills. Nami took a knife in her hand. Will you go look in the fridge? I sensed something behind me. Oh no! I turned around and Nami was coming to slash at me. What? Where? I barely dodged it. Help! Nami screamed and slashed. Help me! What she was saying contrasted with what she was doing. Stop! Nami, stop! No! It isn't me! The knife is moving on its own! I barely dodged it and the knife cut into a chopping board. I pinned her wrist down. Nami! Help! My hand won't let go of it! I forced Nami's fingers open one by one and grabbed the knife from her. Nami and I breathed heavily. What happened? Trust me, it really wasn't me. I know, why would you kill me anyway? I almost killed you. Nami was going through a great shock. So there is some kind of supernatural element to this. At first I thought it was just like, oh, they had a bunch of supernatural seeming shock moments to make it more of a twist. But yeah, there's just been so much weird shit that doesn't make any fucking sense if there's no supernatural stuff going on. That sounds like we're trying to kill her. Not worried about it, I warned her to be more careful of the mansion's strange power. We suddenly heard that voice. Nami, did you hear that just now? A woman screaming. Is she having a nightmare? Possum, hurry! Ah, yes, I wonder if she's beautiful. This guy. This fucking guy. What? We went in the direction we heard the scream from. Which room should we check? I opened a door on the right side of the hallway to help the screaming woman. I don't think we've checked the right side yet. When we went in, the air was chilly. Surprised, I braced myself. What? The glass door of a big shelf on the left wall was opening and closing. Naomi said it was the creaking sound of the door. Good, it's a false alarm. It was a kind of fancy cupboard. Even the curtains were drawn inside. Wonder what's inside. I opened the curtains. Huh? Who's been drawing dicks? No, like, what is that? Is that a really weirdly rendered brain? Yeah. Big glass jars of formaldehyde contained the preserved heads of black cats, which looked like they were hatefully looking at us. That does not look like a black cat head at all. What the fuck is that? Also, what the... Huh? What's going on here? All of the specimens in the line of glass jars were black cats. Yeah! Suddenly a glass jar cracked and shattered all at once. We were both covered in formaldehyde. A black cat rolled out to our feet. Possum, help me! Nami sunk to the floor and began to cry. Okay, I don't want to kick the cat, but I think we should really stick with Nami. I think if we stumble into the hallway, that's just asking for Naomi to take Nami away. But I really don't want to kick the cat. I stumbled out into the hallway. No, we have to leave with Nami. I desperately kicked the cat away and left with Nami. We looked for a bathroom. Felt awful walking around so dirty. Hey, have you found it yet? Nami was sobbing. I'd never seen Nami like this. I wanted to do something soon. Here it is. I opened the door, and it was the bathroom. I twisted the faucet. Good. Water was coming out. Oh, this time it's not rusty. Yeah, blood. The water was a deep red. Oh, no, it still is. Oh, it's rust. First, the water was red and muddy, but it turned clear before long. Thank goodness. I washed my hands first to make sure it was safe, and I looked at the mirror. Then I called out to Nami in the mirror. Look at the terrible state this once handsome guy is in now. Me too, I want to hurry and wash up. I saw Nami come behind me and my hair stood on end. Reflecting in the mirror was not Nami but a witch. She had the frightening face of a Hanya mask. I quickly turned around. Nami was back to her usual cute self, looking at me blankly. What's the matter? Why that face? I'm sure it was just my tired eyes imagining things. Oh, let's look at the bath too. As if running away, I opened the sliding door to the bathroom. It was very large, but plain. I didn't feel the warmth of a human touch. It's surprisingly clean. We should be able to use it. So last time it said that if we had gone first, surely we would have been badly burned. Because we could close the door, but Nami couldn't. So I think that was actually a good choice. So we're gonna let Nami go first. How about you going first? You're okay with that? Of course. And what will I take off? It doesn't matter to me. I'm not gonna do it with you in here. Nami got angry. Okay, let's meet halfway. I'll make sure you won't until you do undress. What? What are you talking about? Please get out. Okay. At Nami's request, I brought our bag of clothes from the foyer to the bathroom. Thanks. I'll come out all clean. Then I'll wait out here all dirty. Reluctantly, I left the bathroom. Nami started taking a shower. Oh, I think she's naked. Yeah! Nami screamed. Possum! Nami! I rushed in. Nami was there in dense steam. Bath towel covered her most important places. The water suddenly started to boil. I was about to be badly burned. You brought a towel in here? It's not the point. She got seriously angry. Yeah, understandably so. Stop being a horny idiot for 1 second. Okay, I'll go look. Still wearing my shoes, I went into the dense steam. Turned the faucet down, but the hot water didn't stop. It seemed to be getting hotter and hotter. Nami said, "Don't get burned yourself trying to fix it." I think I need to go check the boiler room to fix it. Awesome, where are you going to look? Oh yeah, we don't know where the boiler room is this time, right? I instantly knew where the boiler room was. Okay, no. No, doesn't matter. I opened the door under the stairs in the foyer and went down to the basement. At the end was the boiler room. I was sweating a lot from the steaming heat inside. I looked at the meter and was shocked. The water temperature control knob was set to 100 degrees. Set it back to 42 degrees. Not 40 like last time. I looked at the pressure gauge and the boiler's internal pressure was rising considerably. Safety valve was broken. No, actually it wasn't broken, but as if someone did break it. Suddenly, I became worried about Nami. Wait, Nami! As I ran, I told myself Nami is safe. Nami. Nami wasn't there. Nami! Panicked. Nami! Nami! What's wrong? You're shouting so loudly. Thank goodness Nami was there. I had my hair in the wind, sorry. Let's get out of here right now. The walking armor, the disappearing mummy, the boiler on the fritz. Something will kill us if we stay here. Yeah, I think so too. However, I had a bad feeling about having this filth on my body forever. I wanted to take a bath if possible. Is formaldehyde flammable? I actually don't know if it's especially flammable. Maybe it is. So we'd probably burn to death if we kept the formaldehyde on us. Let's wash up quickly. Alright, I'll go on in. I get scared from being alone, so please come out as soon as you can. It's dangerous, so don't go anywhere. Stay at the door. Sounds easy enough. Nami smiled sweetly and left the room. Turned on the shower. First, boiling water came out as expected, but it soon changed to the right temperature. Eventually, leaving the boiler like that will be dangerous. For now, it looked like just fixing the hot water temperature control did the trick. But just what kind of house is this? Does nobody live here? Or is it really home to a monster? We'd better hurry and get out of here. When I was going to get up and wipe myself off, I noticed that the tap was filling up with hot water. Thoughtful, Nami had turned it on for me. Ooh-ah! Corpse of a black cat was floating in the bathtub. Why is that the recurring thing in this run? No way, did Nami... We've already seen a bunch of dead black cats preserved in formaldehyde, and he sees another black cat. His first thought is, wait, did my girlfriend kill that cat? Are you stupid? Come to think of it, ever since we came here, there were several times Nami had a sober facial expression I never saw before. No, that's impossible. I refuse to believe that. Must have bumped my head. But whoever killed this black cat was definitely here. Plus, it happened when I'd gone to the boiler room. What if the killer did something to Nami? Unable to wait any longer, I called out to Nami and looked for her. Yeah! There was a snake under the sliding door. A pit viper. From the vents, a second snake, and another. They slithered inside. They weren't letting me leave. Nami! Hey, Nami! I called out loudly, but no reply. Slowly and quietly made my way to the sliding door. The pit viper's necks followed my movements. My armpits broke out in a cold sweat. I stealthily reached for the knob. Then, pit vipers jumped, pulled my hand back, and they coiled around the knob. Blue sparks flew. In an instant, the snakes were burnt black. What? Electric current was running through the sliding door. What is even going on anymore? In the flooded room, I was naked and couldn't move at all with these pit vipers surrounding me. I pounded on the wall. I shouldn't have done that. I accidentally started an earthquake. What the fuck? What? I have no idea what's going on anymore. The inside of the room shook unstably, and cracks quickly spread through the tiles on the ceiling and walls. Oh, by Western style they meant it's like an American house with paper-thin walls. The sliding door shattered. Holes opened up all over the walls. Water flowed out all at once. I escaped through the hole into the washroom. Then, mysteriously, the earthquake suddenly stopped. It was like everything until now was a lie. What? I hurried to put on my change of clothes and rushed out of the washroom. Nami wasn't here. Nami was acting mysteriously again. Oh, that's impossible. What if somebody kidnapped her? Nami! Nami! I shouted. And the crowd goes, oh. If you can't respond right now, make some noise. I'll be right there. Feeling like I heard noises from upstairs, I started to run. When I was halfway up the stairs, an axe came falling down. I recognized it as the armor's axe. I looked up and saw a silhouette suddenly hide in the hallway upstairs. Nami? I was sure that was Nami. Her white dress left a strong impression. White dress? I was confused. Nami doesn't have any dresses like that. Nami? I ran up the stairs. But nobody was here. I thought for sure that wasn't Nami just now. Without any warning, the armor suddenly appeared. Like, what? Where? Right in front of us? Or... Huh? Yeah! I fell back on my bottom, and it drew its sword. It was going to attack me. Then its feet twisted. I saw my chance when the armor lost its balance. Yeah! Was able to get in a deadly tackle, and it fell over disappointingly easily. It dropped its sword with a thud, went slack and stopped moving. The earthquake stopped as if waiting for that. I approached the armor. Then, I daringly opened its faceplate and looked inside. Nami? Surprisingly, an unconscious Nami was inside. How? Nobody was here when I looked around. Is this Nami really her? Nami? Nami! I shook the armor. Inside, Nami finally came too. Awesome. What's going on? It was like she didn't know what was going on at all. That's probably why she asked what's going on, because she doesn't know what's going on. But that's only a hunch, because I also don't know what's going on. What? I can't move. Help me out. How did you get this thing on? It took me a lot of effort to remove the armor pieces from her legs. It was a strange feeling. Sort of like I was taking off her clothes. Bro. You've almost died several times now, and you're still just having horny thoughts. I think at that point, you just have some sort of issue. Like, I don't want to sound like a prude, but if I just almost got killed, I don't think my first thought after that would be, oh, this is kind of like if I was undressing. Just what was I doing when I was wearing this? You don't remember anything? When I waited in the hallway for you to leave the bathroom, a very pleasant aroma came over me. Then I suddenly became sleepy. After that, I can't remember. Were you in the armor when you woke up? Somebody manipulated Nami to try to kill me. He said, there's some demonic power in this mansion. Let's get out of here now. I took Nami's hand and hurried. When I opened the door at the end of the foyer, there was a passage to a room separate from the rest of the mansion. Small scars were on a pillar. Oh, these are marks comparing heights. Scars were right around my waist. There seemed to be names written next to each line. Oh. Nami cleaned off some dirt around them, but suddenly opened her mouth when she read them. It's my name! Nami Naomi was written there. It's a coincidence, Nami. Your name isn't that uncommon. Tracing her own name with her finger, Nami said, yes, but it's strange. These two people are nearly the same height. Oh? Then something unusual happened, because clearly nothing up until now was unusual. A liquid slowly oozed out from inside the pillar and soaked the height marks. Wait a second, wrong movie. It's like it's crying. I felt the same. Yeah! That liquid made the letters for Nami slowly dissolve away like they were being rubbed out. To calm her down, I said, neither of these is a good explanation. I keep saying that, but yeah, this guy just never has anything smart to say, it seems. Because of a roof leak. Yes. Let's hurry up and go. There was a garage beyond the terrace. Huh? In front of the garage, somebody was standing in a daze. Someone's there. It looks like Nami could also see her. Nami, doesn't she look like the mummy from earlier? I'm sure the mummy looked like her. When I thought the woman slowly faced us, she disappeared. Nami? It's our imagination. We didn't see anything. We took each other's hands and went towards the gate. We passed by the garage and approached where we saw the woman. Nami gasped. What? Hey, isn't that a grave? The grave was there. The Western-style gravestone was tidy and thoroughly cared for. No way. That woman just now didn't just come out of here, did she? Seriously, what did these kids eat? They're not even kids. Unless that also changed. Like, we were driving at the beginning, and they're at least 20. If it's still the same as in the first one. Hardcore crack cocaine. Maybe. That would explain a lot. I turned around and something felt off. Hey, what's the matter, Nami? Nami was intently scowling at the gravestone. Possum? She strongly grabbed both of my hands. Don't leave me. She was terrified. I've been here before. She started saying something strange. I was still about 6 or 7. I'm not gonna say it. Somebody forcibly separated us. I've never seen Nami like this. Wait, Nami? Who did you mean when you said separated us? I lived with my family here. My mother and older sister. The three of us were really happy. Then one day, somebody forced us apart. Nami was crying. No matter how much I tried and screamed, nobody helped me. I was taken away from here all alone. Hey, pull yourself together, Nami. That's true, then who are your parents now? Didn't you always say you were happily raised as an only child? Nami looked at me blankly. That's right. What am I saying? Nami was troubled. I should let her rest a little. I didn't know if something else would happen if we went back inside to let her rest. Nami, if you're okay, let's go already. I'm gradually remembering. She was pressing her temples. I knew it. I remember this mansion. Nami. So, look. In that garage, there should be a red square classic car. We went back to the garage. The car Nami said would be there was covered in dust. Look, I've ridden in this before. I noticed goosebumps coming up on my back. Are you sure you didn't just come here to play? I wasn't concerned about that. Maybe so. There was a young child. Were they a boy or a girl? And then, mother. Nami looked at me like she was surprised. I knew it. She was my mother. Huh? Nami held her head in her hands and cowered. It hurts. I knew it was dangerous, but I had no choice but to let her rest in the mansion. How about you just take the car and get on out of there? Let's go back and look for some medicine. No. I don't want to go back in there. I'm fine, so run away with me. It was painful to see Nami like this. Okay, let's do that. I held her shoulder and started walking. But why do I suddenly remember all of this? I didn't remember any of it until now. Never mind that. Don't think about any of it. I knew it. I lived in this house. Taken aback, I looked at her face. What the heck was she saying? I was born here. I had an older sister. Yes, and her name was Naomi. Nami, stop. Something is planting those false memories into your head. It's like Sephiroth. Pay them any mind. You're becoming more and more obsessed with them. No, you're wrong, Possum. This was my home. I was born and raised here. That's why there was the comparison of heights. Oh, hell yeah, let's be super dismissive. Okay, I get it. Nami, just try to tell me what you can. Try to calm her down. Ah! Nami, look out! Intense light shined from inside the garage. The classic car tore through the garage door and charged at us. I grabbed Nami's arm and moved out of the way. Beep, beep, beep. A strong wind passed by. The car crashed into the wall of a room detached from the mansion. Nobody was in the car. It backed up and turned around to us. Oh no, it's like that Stephen King story about the cars coming to life. Run away! It revved up and came at us again. We tried to run away into the forest in the backyard, but the car beat us to it. It was like the car was trying to chase us back into the house. Nami! Possum! I tumbled into the foyer from the terrace. The empty car crashed into the sidewall and became scrap. Okay, so now we can go back outside. The car's gone. Phew. I breathed in and got up. Nami should be next to me, but she was gone. Where was she? Was she safe? It was hard to think that Nami would disappear at a time like this. Something must have happened. I had to find her soon. The second floor. I ran up the stairs. The door was open. I rushed into that room. Yeah, ow, ow! Nobody was inside. I tripped on a wooden chair that was broken to bits. There were large bite marks in it. What? Who the fuck is eating the chairs? Hey, is this a joke? It was like a giant shark had devoured it. A monstrous fish. There's no fucking way there's actually a monster fish here now. What the fuck is going on? I imagined a giant walking fish and I got goosebumps. A calendar was hanging on the wall. Today's date was circled in red and something was written under it. I got close and saw that it said, Fish Day. 6:45, welcome, Nami. Awesome. Our names? Scottish whale schlong. What's it called? Loch Ness. Willow, welcome in. You've missed a lot already. How's it going, buddy? We're still in a weird-ass mansion. This is our second playthrough already. Your possum alarm didn't go off. Oh shit. Well, the first time around was, I'd say, pretty normal for a horror story. But now we have living cars and walking fish that eat chairs. I have no idea what's going on. Also, the house just keeps crumbling on its own. "6:45 was exactly when we wandered into here after the lightning strike. I felt dizzy. Was somebody waiting for us? Did somebody lure us here? Were all the crazy events tonight planned?" Then I heard Nami's voice. "Possum, where are you?" I looked at the calendar. Creeped out, I ran away from it out into the hallway. Why would she care about that much more than we did? You were here at the start, then went to go shove Wicked Part 1 down your family's throat, and now you're back. So you also missed the first ending, huh? I loudly yelled, "Nami, where are you?" "I'm here! Come!" I heard her voice from a room on the opposite side, one room over. I rushed in. Nami said, "Look!" They were maternity health record books. "This was mine. This was my mother's maternity health record book for me." Sure enough, Nami was written inside. But the surname was wrong. That's wrong. It just says that a girl named Nami was born here. But the birth dates are the same. So are the blood types. But what if it's just a coincidence? Did he already forget about the calendar? You're wrong. Pale, Nami started to cry. "Well, Possum, look at this." She opened it and showed it to me. The baby's handprints were in it. Nami put her own hands next to them and showed me. They were the same, down to the fingerprints. "I was born and raised in this house. Naomi was my older twin sister." Nami showed me another maternity health record book. Naomi was written on it. She had the same birthday as Nami. Nami was shaking. Who am I? Nami? Stepping back, Nami said, "We can't be together. It's my fault we've gone through all this." Nami, don't say strange things. Nobody believes them. What the fuck? Nobody believes you. Why are you saying weird things? Awesome. Great guy. Again. Why does he keep saying shit like this? You're wrong. Otogirisou is the flower of revenge. Somebody's after me. Even got you dragged into this. Don't be ridiculous, Nami. No, run away by yourself. She ran out of the room. Nami. I became uneasy about what kind of grudge someone had for Nami. Maybe this way he will start believing her. I went to the water tank. The stagnant water in it suddenly surged. For an instant, a giant fish scale suddenly passed by in the muddy water. A monstrous fish. It was larger than a human. Was this thing eating people? I saw water splashed on the floor. No way. Nami eaten by that fish. I looked around again. Then I saw the figure of a person in the dining room. It was Nami from behind. Nami. I held back my voice. Nami was facing away from me and holding a knife. She was trying to stab someone at her feet. Forgive me. It's for my younger brother? What? Sobbing, she said something strange. Where does the brother come from now? Her hand gripping the knife was trembling. I can't. I knew it. I can't. Her voice was faint, like she was coughing up blood. Nami, stop! The other person got up from the floor. Possum, run away! It was Nami. Were two Namis? Oh, that's wrong. The one holding the knife was Naomi. Stop! I jumped at Naomi and held her arms behind her back. Something came from behind. Just when I noticed, it hit the back of my head and I passed out. In my fading consciousness, I distinctly heard footsteps going away. Nami girl bossing. Well, no, it was Naomi. Nami was on the floor. But I think this is a great point for another break, don't you think? It's like we're living through the unconsciousness. So, if you want to grab something to drink or maybe a little snack, now would be the perfect time to do so. Or, if you need to go to the bathroom, that too. And I will see you right back here in just a few, when we see what this second loop is all about. Maybe there is a monster fish, who knows? Alright, I'll be right back. And here we are again. Willow said, should I grab emergency vodka in case there is a monster fish? I don't know how a horse is going to help you in that situation. Just how much time had passed? I came to and the area was completely silent. Nobody was here. Unusual wet footprints were on the floor. They were like from a fish's tail fin. Holy shit, it's really a monster fish. Where the fuck did that come from? It was the monstrous fish. Did that thing from the tank stand up, walk, hit me, and carry away Nami and Naomi? Startled, I hid in the shadow of the doorway to the dining room. Nami was in the kitchen. Something felt wrong here. I nearly screamed. She was cutting her wrist with a kitchen knife. Oh! Uh-oh. Blood was dripping from her wrists and collecting into a small bottle. What the heck was she doing? Nami! She turned around, surprised. Then, Possum! Nami screamed from out in the hallway. Her voice came from the piano hall. So, the Nami here was not Nami, but her older twin sister Naomi. Wait, shouldn't he have realized that because Naomi is wearing that white dress? And he already said Nami doesn't have a white dress like that? Nami screamed again. Possum! I shouted, I'm coming! And started to run. I ran into the piano hall. My heart jumped at the bizarre scene there. A monstrous fish over 2 meters long was attacking Nami. Why is there a monster fish now? I thought that was... What? This is so silly. Yes, it is. Pushing Nami against the piano with its fins. It was wrapping its long chameleon-like tongue around her neck. It was standing on its tail fins as if they were feet. What the fuck? Most of its face was its huge mouth, which bore sharp piranha-like teeth. I knew from the way it breathed that this thing attacked me earlier. Possum, help! Nami! Wait, if we would have followed the wet footprints in the first round, would we also just randomly encountered the monster fish? I was no longer afraid of it. I picked up a nearby chair and charged at it. The fish's eyes faced me and shined red. My body flew through the air and slammed against the floor. I thought of a desperate counterattack. To keep it from hurting me, I pretended to pass out and secretly grasped a shard of glass. The fish slowly tried to attack Nami again. I suddenly jumped and charged at it. My aim was off. Its mouth was right in front of me. Ah! I stabbed the glass into its mouth with all my strength. It crunched on the glass. That didn't work. Glass was nothing more than food to this thing. I barely dodged it. Nami, run away! Nami and I ran deliriously. Just where did we run to? It was just a little more to the exit. Hey, where was that woman? Nami suddenly stopped in her tracks and shouted, She's my sister! My older sister Naomi! I was in no mood to deny her any longer. Setting our current situation aside, there was no other explanation for them looking exactly alike. Nami, let's leave anyway! Like I thought we shouldn't stay here. No, I'll stay here. My mouth was open for 10 seconds. Nami, what are you saying? We'll both escape from here. That won't change. No, she's my older sister. Sobbing, she was really worked up about it. It wasn't unreasonable. She's a young woman from a good family. Went from knowing nothing until just now to suddenly discovering that the house she was born in was home to a mummy, that armor, and a monstrous fish. I was born here. Raised here until around when we compared heights. And yet I didn't remember any of that. Why? Why do I remember it now? Who are my father and mother? What if her dad is the fish? Nami sobbed. I didn't know what to say. Nami lifted her tear-stained face. I'll go ask my older sister. Nami ran out of the foyer. Whoa, what the fuck are those ghosts? I didn't see where she went. I panicked. Nami! Nami! I screamed loudly and listened carefully. No, I'd better stop calling her name. was like I was going out of my way to let them know Nami and I were separated. Second floor. I went up the stairs. I sensed Nami's presence. Nami was in what we called the mummy room. It was where we first found that mummy in the wheelchair. Nami. She was reading the diary. I remembered it was in the mummy's lap. This was Mother's diary. Nami flipped through it and showed me. She wrote about an accident from 13 years ago. An accident 13 years ago? When I was 7, Mother was driving with me, Naomi, and my younger brother Naoki. Younger brother? He was 2 years younger than us. Nami was weeping her eyes out. That accident paralyzed him. She held out the diary to me and I took it and looked through it. Right after the accident, I was put up for adoption. Then things became tough. I skimmed through the diary and was moved from reading of Naomi's continued struggles to care for a disabled brother, and the pain of their naturally sickly mother from placing that responsibility entirely on Naomi. It was filled with sentences like, "I'm sorry, Naomi. Naoki has nothing to apologize for if he dies." Nami said, when he turned 12, he said he wanted to become a fish. What? So the fish is not her dad, but her brother? What the fuck is going on? A fish? He said, my body won't move. I don't want to live my life in a wheelchair. I want to freely swim around in a huge ocean as a fish. Now he was crying. I'm sure that wheelchair was for him. Doesn't the diary say if he died? Nami shook her head. It abruptly ends when my brother turned 12. If he was 2 years younger than Nami, that was 6 years ago. Then, what happened in this mansion? We may have already seen Mother. Nami said what I was thinking. Yes, that mummy may be her mother. I'm sure my brother died too. Only my sister, who suffered the most, remains. Judging from the diary, Naomi seemed to be a kind-hearted woman. Nami resolutely said, I want to meet Naomi. Help me, Possum. I want to know why she's hiding from us. I said, I don't really agree. Have you forgotten what she's done to you? How many times did she almost kill us? I'm sure she had a reason. Naomi is a good person. I still disagreed. If Naomi lived here alone, everything that had happened so far was her doing. Since we were almost killed so many times, it was only natural that Naomi wouldn't open up to us. Fine, if you're scared, I'll look for her myself, Possum. Nami angrily went away. I was getting angry too. Do whatever you want. I don't care even if the identical twins kill each other. When I went downstairs, I heard that sound. It was the study. I hesitated. Should I run away or go look? Running away was better for my own safety, but I felt like if I went to look, I'd understand more. Come on, you coward. I chose to go look for Nami's sake. I entered the study. There were dictionaries there. The empty wheelchair was there, but not the mummy. Books were stacked up on a desk. Even though there was no wind, one of them flipped open. It was Book of the Devil. Of course. The book was originally written in letters I didn't recognize, either Latin or Sanskrit. Those are very different. I feel like you would probably be able to differentiate between them. Oh, this book was originally written in letters I didn't recognize. Either Hangul or Cyrillic. But I've seen this book's cover a long time ago on TV or something. Because of course you have, yeah. I opened it. Involuntarily screamed. A diagram of the monstrous fish was inside. It illustrated transforming from it into a human being and listed the necessary tools and ingredients for making a medicine. Severed heads of lizards, bats, mice, snakes, frogs, cats, plus Otogirisou. What in the world? I groaned involuntarily. This diagram felt like black magic for turning a monstrous fish back into a human. So that monstrous fish was a human being? Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty obvious that that's Naoki. Satan, we meet again. Another page showed the method for the opposite transformation, from a human into the monstrous fish. How surprising. A shock of sadness spread in my heart. A mother caused the accident. The child was paralyzed. And he wished to turn into a fish and was changed into one. Via satanic ritual? What? His older sister is trying to turn him back. Water tank. Before I even thought it over, I was running. Just as I ran in, I noticed something unusual about the water tank. It was emptying. Plus, the monstrous fish was gone. Not even 10 seconds had passed since I heard that splash of water. So just where the heck did all that muddy water and that giant fish go? This time, clear water gushed out like a spring from the bottom of the empty tank. The tank was filling before my eyes. What's going on? I jumped onto the ladder and climbed to the top of the tank. Then I heard footsteps running in. Possum, look out! Get down from there! Nami, where were you? I was looking for Naomi, but I suddenly had a bad premonition. Hey, get down already! I'm fine, I was really worried about you. Where's the option to go down? Putting our hand into the water seems like the worst idea. That's just asking for the monster fish to eat it. I closely stared at the water. Then, the model train. Where does the model train come from now? The model train rose to the surface and released smoke as it dissolved away. This isn't water. Sulfuric acid? What is happening? No way. Come on, Nami, don't you get it now? I'm certain Naomi's trying to kill us. But my older sister. Let's get out of here. I grabbed Nami's hand. Wait. It was the monstrous fish. Over there. I'm sure Naomi is there. I don't care about her. Let's get out of here. Nami shook free from my grip and shouted, If you want to go, go. I won't abandon my family. I made up my mind to fight through to the end. It's the right attitude for a loving man. Let's go. Thank you. Nami cried tears of happiness. I don't think Naomi is a bad person. Even though she tried to attack me with a knife, I'm sure she had a reason. Nami spoke in a daze. Don't give me that. Nami, come on. But when she did that, she was crying. Crying? I didn't know that. She was crying. Her hand trembled, pointing the knife at me, and I felt like she wanted to apologize for something. That may be true. If Naomi truly wanted to kill Nami, I think she would have done it already. Well, why was she collecting blood? It's bait Obviously. Bait? Nami said something crazy. That monstrous fish seems to want young women's blood. Naomi tried to take mine, but just couldn't do it, so she took her own blood and made the fish drink it. Yeah, stop! We heard a woman screaming and the sounds of a struggle in the dining room. Please, stop, Naoki! It's Naomi! We ran. The dining room looked like Jaws had come through and attacked. Excuse me, Jaws is just the name of the movie. The name of the shark model they used in the movie was Bruce. There were smashed cupboards, chairs, and the like. Destroyed cutlery was scattered about. Naomi was on the floor and her head was bloody. Naomi! Hey, pull yourself together! We helped her sit up, and Naomi faintly opened her eyes. I asked, Naomi, you're Naomi, right? She nodded, noticed Nami, and cried her eyes out. Possum? She suddenly called out my name. Please run away from here with Nami right now. Naomi? It's too late for him now. She spoke of the monstrous fish, her brother Naoki. I tried so many times to turn him back to normal. Naomi, I didn't understand Book of the Devil at all when I first read it. But Naoki could do it, so I thought I could too. I spent so many years and at last I could read it. Then, making the medicine to turn him back to normal required many ingredients. I had a really bad feeling, but I still managed to gather most of them. But there was something I couldn't get until the very end, no matter what. Nami suddenly looked up. Naomi, you don't mean... Yes, Nami, it was your blood. I absolutely needed it in order to return Naoki's body to normal. The mixed blood of twin sisters, yours and mine. I was at a loss for words. In order to do that, I had to lure you here with all sorts of tricks. Then, do you have her blood? No, I couldn't. Because these past 13 years I constantly thought about how I missed you more than anyone. Naomi cried, unable to speak. So I tried to make do with only my blood. Then, it had the opposite effect. The opposite effect? Just my blood wasn't enough for the medicine. I had forgotten. Using the blood of only one young woman only drove him into even more of a frenzy. It's coming. Naomi stood up, her body shaking. I'll take care of the rest. So Nami, escape with Possum. Then never come back here again. Naomi, I can't just leave you here. Nami screamed and disheveled her hair. Yo, Nami! Mother wouldn't want that too. Oh, Mother would want that too, for you to leave. Nami held her breath. Mother, where is she? You already know. She's that mummy. She felt responsible for causing the accident. She worried and worried about it. She wouldn't eat anything. Her hair turned pure white. In the end, she turned into that mummy. Was that their mother's love? I was overcome with a solemn sadness. Nobody here was bad. Their mother regretted causing the accident. Paralyzed, Naoki wanted to become a fish. And Naomi gave her own blood to try to save him. I'm sorry, this is supposed to be tragic, but he wanted to be a fish, so they performed a satanic ritual to turn him into a monster fish. It's such a wild storyline. Nami sadly cried out, I'm the only one who's done nothing for him. Only I have done nothing for him. Nami, calm down. Let go. Nami thrust me away and ran off. No, Nami! Nami, stop! The sounds of her steps disappeared into the back of the house. Catch her, possum! Naomi was frantic. That fish will eat her! Huh? When it first tasted blood, it wanted to eat more and more young women! When it ate them, it became stronger. Yeah! That was Nami's voice. Possum, help her! She didn't need to tell me, and I ran. Nami! Nami! Yeah! I only heard her scream once. Nami! I shouted as loudly as I could, but no reply. I noticed that I lost sight of Naomi. I was at a loss. Nami! I shouted again, but the giant mansion was silent, as if holding its breath. Where were they? Where the heck was Nami? I went room by room, but there was no sign of them. I got it. That unopenable room. I came to the unopenable room. Open up! Hey, open the door! It was completely quiet in there. I got back as far as I could and hurled myself at the door. I broke it down, unsatisfyingly easily. The first thing I saw in there petrified me. It was a room of sorrow. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, window frames. The room was filled with Otogirisou. All the flowers were dried out. This was a graveyard of Otogirisou. It wasn't all. The boy's old toys were scattered about, as if he was playing until now. They were all toys I fondly remembered with playing as a child. Racing cars, model trains, miniature cars, and all kinds of character-themed merchandise from back then. Then there were rattles, pacifiers, and other old toys for babies. I understood. I finally understood the significance of this room. This was Naoki's playroom before he became that beast. Naoki, even when he turned into that monstrous thing, he couldn't forget his childish spirit. I imagined him locking himself in his old room and playing with these toys by himself, immersed in his fondest childhood memories. Before I knew it, tears filled my eyes. Nobody here was bad. Even though nobody was bad, something went horribly wrong. Neither Nami nor Naomi were here. I had to help them, but even so, I had to fight Naoki. The door that I had broken down was closed. Something wasn't letting me out. Okay. I'll get out by destroying the door. I tightly grasped a metal bat here and swung at the door time and time again. Finally, I destroyed the door and ran out into the hallway. But the stairs to the first floor had disappeared without a trace. Yeah. By the time I noticed, it was already too late. I couldn't stop fast enough and fell down. God damn, another Looney Tunes-ass scene! How long was I knocked out? Dazed, I looked around. Thought my heart stopped. A demonic ritual was taking place. An altar was in front of the tank full of sulfuric acid. Nami was on top of it. She was nearly naked, but I couldn't see well because of Otogirisou surrounding her. She was lying down as if she was dead. Naturally, the monstrous fish was leading the ritual. What the fuck is happening? Then a woman in a snug white hooded cloak came. It was Naomi. Clearly, she was being hypnotized. The hypnotizing monster fish. What the fuck? The monstrous fish ordered something of her. Naomi passed a container of green liquid to it. Looks like the ritual's finally beginning. The monstrous fish ordered her to take a sword at the altar. She lifted it above Nami's body. Can we get Naomi to stop, or should we throw ourselves in harm's way? You were not prepared for monster fish with wrists. Neither was I. I expected a lot, but not monster fish. I jumped at them. Naomi threw the sword towards me. Possum, please use this! I understood. I picked it up and charged at the monstrous fish. It reacted. I thrust the sword into its abdomen. Naoki. Naomi was crying. After all, it was her frantic, bloody decision to stab her brother. Without a moment's delay, I ran up to Nami. I jumped towards the altar and lifted Nami's body. Nami, wake up! When I saw her up close, she was wearing the thin clothes of an angel. Awesome. She opened her eyes. Just now, the monstrous fish became angry. Its bloodshot eyes flared and burned a bluish-white fire. Nami, take my shirt! I took it off and threw it to her. Awesome! Naomi! She replied. Get out of here, I'll be fine, hurry! Nami's body gently rose into the air. Ah, Possum! Hang on, Nami! Next, my body and then Naomi's body floated through the air. Why are we floating now? As our bodies bunched together, we swayingly floated above the monstrous fish and came to just above the water tank. What? Ah! Fragments from the wall near us fell into the sulfuric acid and sizzle. Is the fish using telekinesis to throw us into the acid? Our bodies slowly descended. Nami's hanging clothes made contact with the surface of the acid. Ah! Naomi shouted, Stop, Naoki! Save these two! If you want to kill someone, kill only your older sister! We joined hands in midair. Our bodies were already almost grazing the sulfuric acid. Ah! We're gonna die! Nami called out, Naoki, help! Then Naomi said, We're your sisters! That's right, we're your sisters! The monstrous fish suddenly stopped moving. It tilted its head a little and seemed to be thinking. Then our bodies felt suspended in the air on pins and needles. Didn't the three of us play together a long time ago? Naomi frantically called out, Remember, Naoki! You were the fastest in foot races! You were the best at painting, too! Nami called out, I remembered, Naoki! The three of us played by the river during summer vacations. When a snake attacked us, the one who saved us was you, the smallest of us. You remembered. Naoki, your sister Nami remembers. She never forgot you at all. Naoki, please. Let's live together in peace from now on. For just one moment, it looked like the fish shed a tear. But it was no use. It went back into its rage from before. It grabbed us, lifted us high in the air, and paused. Our bodies were almost up to the ceiling. It gestured, throwing us in. The three of us fell headfirst to the acid tank, but as slowly as a balloon. Ah! Nami! Nami and Naomi screamed. This time I also accepted my fate. What? It was the mummy! What? The wheelchair suddenly came crashing into the tank at full speed. The tank smashed open and the sulfuric acid emptied out. It completely dissolved both the mummy and the wheelchair at the same time. Let's go, Mom! It was all over in an instant. Just then, only the mummy's white hair remained, but it too disappeared without a trace. We dropped onto the dry floor at the same time. It was their mother's love. The love of the mother who was turned into a mummy finally saved us. As if it was dissolving the floor, sulfuric acid was making a small pond in the center of the foyer. A monstrous fish was in it. It was writhing in pain. Its body dissolved into mush with each squirm. White acidic fumes were rising. Its calls changed into sobs. It was crying. "Oh," I shouted. "Naomi, it hurt your voice just now." "Mine too." When Nami answered, Naomi was already rushing to it. "Naomi, stop!" Naomi went into the pond of sulfuric acid. Nothing strange happened. Mysteriously, the acid had become only water. "Naoki, Naoki!" Naomi cried and screamed her brother's name. She pulled up the fish's corpse from the pond. "Oh!" Nami and I shouted at the same time. The scorched black mass of the monstrous fish cracked, and a beautiful young boy appeared from inside. "Naoki, oh Naoki!" Naomi hugged him. In the worlds of Anderson and Grimm, Naoki would sweetly smile here, thank us for breaking him free of the curse, and stand up. But Naoki did not stand up. The beautiful young boy was nothing more than a corpse. Nami shouted, "What's that?" "That's right, we forgot. The internal pressure of the boiler must have risen too high." God, what? "Run away! The boiler will explode!" "Yeah, fire! Did the boiler catch fire or something?" The floor burst into flames, engulfing the whole foyer before our eyes. I said, "Naomi, run away!" Naomi said, "Naomi, hurry!" But Naomi couldn't move because she was hugging Naoki's dead body. The blaze spread to the ceiling and engulfed us. "Awesome! Help Naomi!" I pulled Nami back. "It's no use. We can't help her. It was dangerous for us to be careless." "No! Naomi will die!" "Don't be stupid, come here!" I slapped Nami's cheek and dragged her out. "Why the fuck would you do that?" "Run, run!" Like, that was completely unnecessary. Why did he have to slap her? It's going to collapse. The mansion Nami and Naomi were born and raised in will go down in flames. Nami and I stood completely still and silent. Let's get out of here. The boiler will explode. "Wait! Possum, look!" It was Naomi. She was tightly hugging Naoki's corpse, and now was about to collapse here. "Naomi! Naomi!" We embraced. She was at death's door. "Naomi, pull yourself together!" She weakly opened her eyes. "I am no more." "Don't say that! You said we..." "Listen, Nami." She weakly took Nami's hand. "Possum, please listen too." I was worried about the boiler, but Naomi's words were impactful. Okay, I'll listen. Yes, thank you. Naomi was struggling to hang on to her dying consciousness. Mother's accident from 13 years ago. It was really me who caused it. What? You and I got in a good fight about where to go, left or right. It looked like Mother was about to go where you wanted, so I said, no, this way. And I turned Mother's steering wheel as hard as I could. Then my vision went pitch black and there was a loud noise. We were at the bottom of a cliff. Naomi gently caressed the face of Naoki's corpse. I made this child suffer this horrible fate. But Nami, please remember this. Our mother never blamed me for that. She never said a word. Naomi took her last breath. Naomi, Nami cried. But now, there was no time to grieve for her. Nami, let's go. Come on! I grabbed Nami's hand and ran, almost dragging her along. We got to where we abandoned our car, the site of the lightning strike. Even though it was only a few hours since it happened, we still wondered how much time had passed. A red light shined from under the mansion. Kaboom! Nami and I took each other's hand and gazed at the explosion, like the end of Fight Club. The explosion that swallowed up Naomi, Naoki, and their mother's love and sadness. I tightly held her shoulder. Oh, Nami softly said, the stars. And that's the ending. This was very different from the first run through. I actually didn't think it would differ this much. I thought maybe we could get a different ending. I didn't think the story would be completely different. But I think we're still gonna leave it at this because I don't think we can top Monster Fish. There is no way, if we did another run of this, we would be able to top Monster Fish. Like, what the fuck? Also, there was no explanation for the car! The fucking car that was chasing us? That just happened. What the fuck is this? Somehow, this game managed to both not reach my expectations at all and also be better than anything I could have expected. Someone said Monster Fish at the writers' meeting and no one objected. Yeah, I guess so. We didn't even see the dolls this time. I don't know what to say, honestly. I did not think it would go like this. The first story just seemed like such a natural way for this plot to unfold. that I assumed, okay, so anything else is going to be a small change from that. But this was just completely off the wall. Fucking satanic ritual monster fish with psychic powers throwing you into a vat of acid. What kind of Bond villain bullshit was that anyway? Where did the sulfuric acid come from? And this just had nothing to do with the flower now. It appeared, but like even the symbolism of it meaning revenge. At best you could say like Naoki was taking revenge on Naomi, but that had nothing to do with our protagonists. This just completely threw me for a loop. Holy shit. Like I said, I expected a lot, but not monster fish. Oh yeah, I think this is going to be the end for today. So I hope you enjoyed today's first Scary October stream in our little series Houses of Horror. I think, if anything, it was definitely enjoyable. But yeah, I hope you had a wonderful evening. And that I will see you again next time when we will explore the next haunted mansion or scary house or supernatural dwelling, whatever it's going to be. Monster fish. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. And bye bye.